Senhoras e senhores, bom dia. Bom dia. Muito obrigado. Daremos início às atividades neste quarto e último dia de programação da 17ª Reunião Nacional de Pesquisa em Malária. Solicitamos aos presentes, por gentileza,
and the videos will be made available on the official channel of the event at YouTube. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin the panel, which will have the topic of integrated strategies for surveillance in malaria. To moderate the activities, we invite the Minister of the Secretary of Institutional Regions of the President of the Republic, Mr. Alexandre Rocha Santos Padilha. To coordinate the work, we invite the director of the Evandro Chagas Institute, Nívia Caricio, in this case, representing the Secretary for Surveillance and Health of the Ministry of Health, Ms. Petra Maciel. We invite also, please, to be a part of this moment, Federal Congressman Odonaldo Malafaia. I invite, please, the representative of the Pan American Health Organization, Help Brazil, Brazil, Sheila Rodovalho. A round of applause, please. I would like to invite the Superintendent for the Amazon Development Agency, Paulo Rocha. I invite, please, the Adjunct Assistant Secretary of Health for Pará, Edmei Peneda, representing the Governor of the state, Elder Barbalho. I invite Superintendent for the Ministry of Health in Pará, Jucineide Barbosa. I invite, please, the Superintendent for Surveillance and Health of the State of Amapá, Cássio Roberto Leonel Peterka. I invite, please, the researcher from the Oswaldo Cruz Institute, FIOCRUZ Rio de Janeiro, and Honorary President of the 17th RNPN, Cláudio Ribeiro. And also, I invite, please, President of the Board of Municipal Secretaries for Health in Pará, COSEMS Pará, Jucineide Barbosa. Please have a seat. This moment, ladies and gentlemen, I will record the authorities who identify themselves to the ceremonial. Master of the ceremony, we record the presence of Head of Cabinet for Secretariat for Surveillance and Health and Environment of the Ministry of Health, Ms. Luciane Aguiar. A round of applause. I will record the President of RNPM, Technical Advisor of Elevator Chagas, Jucineide Barbosa, Superintendent of the University Hospital Complex of UFPA, Dr. Regina Barbosa. And so the Secretary of State Fios de Benjes. And now I would ask you please give the word to the Director of the Elevator Chagas, Nivea Caricio. Take the stage and will coordinate the events henceforth. A round of applause for her. Good morning, everyone here present. Today is a special day because we are here in the presence of the Minister, Alexandre Padilha, whom I thank immensely for having accepted the invitation. And I greet all of us here in his name, and to say that for us and the Evandro Chagas Institute, which is the House of Science, and that tomorrow, the 10th of November, will be celebrating 80 years. It's a pleasure to be here this week hosting this very rich discussion with the national meeting malaria research. For those who don't know, the Evandro Chagas Institute was born when Evandro Chagas came to the northern region of Brazil to study some parasitoses, and malaria was always one of his focal points, much because of the challenge to health that it has been since that period. So we here have a diversity of generations who have been working strongly, and today we have the even greater challenge, which is exactly to eliminate malaria. I would like to thank very much. I'm not talking just in my name as director of the Chagas Institute, but also speaking in the name of the Secretariat for Surveillance and the Environment, Maciel, who has spared no effort with the Secretariat so that our mission and our goals can be achieved. The Ministry of Health has headed up, and it's very good to see Minister Padilha here because this shows the integration that we have here. And we have an interministerial committee that has been dealing with exactly with these challenges of the diseases and their elimination, which is Healthy Brazil project. And so I think a reflex of this meeting will bring us here, and exactly it will bring us, show this alignment of forces of state secretariats of health, municipal health secretariats, Pan American Health Organization, which was always here with us as well, and with the other ministries. There was a government agenda, and it's not just from one ministry. And so I'm very happy to be here today, coordinating this panel and having the presence of all of you who are here and of all of you here who since the 6th have been honoring us at this event. And I thank you very much, FIOCRUZ, for this partnership as well. And in the name of Gisele Hajid, who and Dr. Manilachipova, who have been tireless in making this event happen, and Dr. Cowles as well from the IEC. And so then I think that our panel will be extremely productive, and we would just change a bit the format. We have decided to give opportunities for more moments for speaking of. We will not have then the presentations in that format of PowerPoint and everything. So we'll just like to have a panel where we will then have the opportunity to take advantage, make better use of those who are present. I will now give the word to our Vice Moderator, Dr. Alexandre Padilha, so that we can start the activities. Good morning, all. I will sit down and I won't stand up. I said that we're going to make this thing more as informal as possible. Something important is like a usage in malaria. People had said it's there Wednesday and to have a final panel on Saturday with full of authorities. Some people are just going to run away from the. So I'd like to say how happy we are. First of all, to thank very much in the name of Livia and the Mother Chagas Institute as a whole, and its 80 plus years of existence, but especially in the name of Professor Mariana Pova and Jucineide, and I met Jucineide as one of our researchers from the research groups with Marinetti. She was one of their group, and so the invite to be here, I'd like to greet my dear Professor Marcos Bolos, who inspired me to come to the Amazon and to live here for 6 or 7 years here in Pará, in the city of Santarém. At the time of when we were facing the most serious situation from the point of view of endemics of malaria in the country, and Brazil in 98, Brazil's running the risk of having 1 million cases per year. So all these efforts of the Ministry of Health at the time, of the federal government, and organizations of governors in the Amazon has made us at the University of São Paulo, brought us here to the Amazon region in partnership with the Ministry of Health, with the Mother Chagas, with Federal University of Pará at the time, and to create centers for tropical medicine with the University of São Paulo in Santarém, which is still in existence. So we're here because of these efforts. We have a long time relation with the topic, with this effort. And Professor Marinetti insisted and made the invite for us to be here about 2-3 months ago. Part of the committee of network where the speakers went to the palace to me to talk about start the federal disciplinary articulation with the state governments, municipal governments, the economic actors, the National Congress in facing malaria. And I said, together with my, that we would help to articulate this. And when Professor Marinetti invited me to be here, I said, I think it's an opportunity for us to take a step forward here. So that's what I'd like to thank very much. Besides the researchers who are here, I'd like to thank Dr. Ethel Malafaya. This is Malafaya, not the denier, not the science denier. This is Malafaya who defends the vaccine. In Amapá, they know that he was elected because he defended the vaccine. In Amapá, he was during all the facing of the pandemic. He's part of the Health Commission. So then it's Malafaya who's going to help us to fight malaria and the pandemics, and who represents the National Congress. Paulo Rocha, who's a superintendent of Sudan. People from not from the Amazon don't really know the role of Sudan. Sudan is experience that involves economic actors, social actors, incentives, funding. So I'd like to thank very much Paulo because facing malaria is necessarily an action. It's interdisciplinary that involves economic actors, social actors. And for the development of the Amazon, it's crucial that we face malaria. And I'd like to thank here the state government municipal government representatives. The governors are not here because the governors of the Amazon are in the international mission in Azerbaijan, because this week the COP29 is starting, and so in the preparation for COP30, which will be in Releng. So Governor Ethel Barbosa is president of the current consortium. The governors of the Amazon, they went to Azerbaijan, that's why they're not here. But the state secretary is here, the people from the Amazon consortium. So we have the involvement of the state governments, people from COSEMS here involving municipal secretariats. Mayor Melio Aguiar, also from the Federation of Municipalities here in Pará. So to say how happy we are to be here and to be able to make this discussion, and we study about this, the capacity that you have to face malaria and to build new arrangements, interfederative arrangements, new multi-sectoral arrangements, and to think about as a health region, not as a municipality or state, in isolation, but because facing malaria necessarily is construction at the regional level that goes beyond the states. And so you look at the borders between Pará and Tocantins and between Rondônia and Amazonas and Roraima. You look at all these state lines, Paramapá, even though there's a lot of water, but we do have people who circulate around here. So you need to construct new regional arrangements that go beyond the boundaries of municipalities and even the boundaries of the states. So economic or social arrangements that will transform this into a cultural, economic, and social topic, which goes beyond what we researchers in malaria and doctors and nurses, biologists, and so on, that we have in terms of knowledge. So it goes beyond this knowledge to face the topics of the habits and the organization of life and occupation of the territory and the economic activities which are decisive to face the topic of malaria. So to build arrangements and have to build new subjects to face malaria necessarily brings up new subjects, collective subjects, whether the professionals who take on certain roles, or the managers, social actors, and economic actors who take on their roles, and local and regional development in that region, and constructing new government technologies, government in the sense of governance and the implementing of public policy. So I think we're going to have a very productive panel with regard to this. I said we'll come back here and give the word back to her because she's going to conduct this with us. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to be here in Belém to reinforce the invite of all of you to, first, the next year, to participate in activities to prepare the final event of COP30. I think Brazil will have an enormous role, and we in the field of health, I'm not speaking as Minister of Institutional Relations, because we have other tasks as well that involve the National Congress, the state levels, the board for development. But we in the field of health has much to present at COP30 to emerge what we have, this concept of the Amazon, these difficulties, and what we've built here in the Amazon in terms of facing realities like this. So thank you again to everyone, and let's take advantage of this moment. Thank you, Dr. Alexandre. I will give the word now to Sheila Rodovalho for her to speak because she's also one of the moderators of this panel. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor, Minister, to participate in this device, in this moment. Thank you very much, Gisele, Marinete, Dr. Cláudio. For me, to be able to see that since I came in here, that when you were Ministry of Health, when I was starting in the National Malaria Program, Dr. Jarbas was Secretary for Surveillance and Health. And it's to be able to see, and I'm very happy again to see you in a moment when we're talking about malaria once again. The moment when the Pan American Health Organization is also has an initiative to eliminate neglected diseases and other diseases also related to social determinants up until 2030. By 2030, it's very good to see Brazil also having a proposal for a national government program, which is the Brazil Healthy Brazil program, as you noticed, as you mentioned, Minister, and to understand that malaria is a disease that needs to be connected to several other sectors that are not involved in health, because we as health alone do not have the sufficient capacity and operational capacity and reinforcements that allow us to handle all the social and environmental determinants that malaria has in its dynamics of transmission. So I'm very happy because since I was in the national program for malaria, I've been seeing Dr. Cláudio, Dr. Petrolino, Dr. Marcos Bolos saying that we need to have political will. And we have political will, we have investments. And to eliminate malaria, you also need a lot more investment, Dr. Padilha, because the resonance is very important for us. When we eliminate a disease, it seems like there's so many other diseases that need investments, but surveillance is important. A great friend of mine, just to finalize and giving the word to Dr. Livia again. Dr. Adresiketa, he makes an analogy of a spring. When you press the spring down in terms of eliminating malaria, and that if we relax our guard, let our guard down, this ball will jump off, and it's much more difficult for us to be able to get back to the standards for reduction we have. So we have several examples of countries like Sri Lanka have eliminated, and then it came back.
That they have to keep malaria in our agenda. So I really appreciate, once again, we have here the representatives of the secretariats of many states for Pará, which is an endemic state with many situations that are very complex. The state of Amapá being represented here also. We have COSEMS with the municipalities that execute the surveillance in health. So having all these levels here for people who execute inside the power of the endemic agent that cannot be forgotten. It's very important that you are able to present. Thank you so much, Livia. Thank you, Sheila. I'm going to ask Dr. Cláudio for just a small presentation to bring some context, and then we start in a discussion format. Thank you, Doctor. Good morning, everyone. Once again, thank you so much, Giselle and Marinette, for your invitation and the committee for the fantastic event in this great city of Belém. I have said how much Belém is important to my life, my heart, and my brain. I've been working here since 1984. I've got the possibility to show you some data, and I will have a presentation that is a little shorter because I believe that what I wanted to have your attention is for some things that will be more focused on this positive, and that were mentioned before, which is the political commitment. Under the academic point of view, I would like to show some data that will evoke the fact that malaria has it can be very bad, which is the brain malaria that up to 2% or minus 1% of the cases, especially in Africa, and it's got neurological sequels, cognitive and behavioral in the people. Above all, we have the big majority of the cases. Can I have my presentation here? That are due to the falciparum malaria. This is a form of the parasite that could kill you, and that they don't die. It's falciparum malaria. So this huge amount of people and kids that have the falciparum malaria, they have cognitive and behavioral harm. Kids, elderly. This has been shown repeatedly. We've been developing this model. Amazingly, we are not able to reproduce what happens in the brain malaria, but we have been looking at these deficits in these experimental models, and we've developed a model that we can study. And more than that, we show that immunological stimuli I want to say that we were also able to immunomodulate these animals and rescue these, what happens after the infection. In the immunomodulation, we started with a big number of stimuli, 6 different antigens, and then we separated the ones that were inflammatory from the ones that were not inflammatory. And then the anti-antigen resources that induced the non-inflammatory response were also an amount of stimuli, then we wanted to reach the kids. And then we realized that one of the influences would be the diphtheria and tetanus vaccine, which is one of the most used and most important vaccines used. Maybe I can have an estimate of billions of doses that were done and the number of kids that probably have this vaccination. And this has this very important quality in the national program of immunization. And these kids have a updated calendar and they would benefit from the update of this calendar and then rescuing these deficits that they present. We have studies around the world and they had malaria. We had courses in Brazil showing that kids with malaria in Sri Lanka, we showed that kids with malaria have deficits of learning comparing the kids that did not have malaria that year and the ones that have most cases of malaria, they went bad comparing with the ones that did not have malaria. So when you talk about the right to health, a kid has a cognitive deficit because it's a disease that we're supposed to control and eliminate. I think this is a huge violence under the conceptual point of view. So we are studying and experimenting. We have a big study from the labs, and one of the students, after the master's degree in the experimental model, migrated to Porto Velho. She is there with our colleague Betty Batista, professor of CPEM in Porto Velho, and we will have this study of these deficits comparing with the stimuli of the update of the Sinal PDT and without this stimuli. I wanted to say a few things that I think are important about what we talked about commitment. I tend to say to my students in immunology that the procedure in public health of big impact in the public health procedure of biggest impact is the vaccination. The only thing that is not better than vaccination is washing your hand. That is better than vaccination is washing your hand. So vaccination made us eradicate completely one disease. That means that we don't have to do anything else for it not to come back. We don't have tetanus, and we would never imagine to suspend the vaccination against tetanus. So we need it to be in focus for elimination so that we don't have a point where it doesn't exist. Smallpox is not existent anymore. So the vaccination, we've learned that it was discovered by a person called Jenner, and people that came before him that uh, they the cow smallpox were made people immune who were exposed. So we used it across. We use this for other vaccines, and we are able to vaccine people against smallpox. And this vaccine exists since the 1796, and this is due to the political organization of the World Health Organization to create eradication, a program of eradication of this disease. So the political decision was way more important than the tool. And we have this professor in malariology who says that without the political commitment, it's not able to be eliminated. So I confess I was very excited when we together with Professor Marcos Bon, Professor Mauro Tada, with Cássio and Alexandre Vargas, and current coordinator of this program, we visited the Minister Nise Trindade. We had a visit to the Minister Alexandre Padilha. We told him that without the follow-up and the protection and the support of the political body that could absorb and take the responsibility to keep this sustainable program up to the elimination. Of course, we will have to be attentive for a while to keep the elimination. I'm not sure if we can talk about eradication. And we have a zoonotic malaria case, which is a very specific region in the Atlantic. But this is a very small detail comparing to the fact that we have millions of cases of people suffering with malaria. The malaria program is such a big program that I'd like to give you some examples. First is the African kids um, 20 years ago that the fathers avoided to baptize them because they would never be connected to the kids because the chance of a kid smaller than 5 years old was very little, so they did not name the kids. And the other thing, Minister Padilha, is something that we lived when we started working in the 80s in Porto Velho. I would say to my students, my master's students, he would say, you do not remove any drop from the patient without them knowing how you contract malaria. And that's what we did. We would ask people, and big part of the immigrants came from the south and they didn't know. So the responses were crazy, incredible. And then we would explain to them. And I wanted to tell them about the information and how important it is in the pathologies and how responsible we felt. And now in the responses, we had all the types possible. And we would say it's not through oranges, it's through a mosquito. And it's a very emotional response, even though it's tragic and comic at the same time. And this lady said, well, if it was a mosquito, we would have fixed it. So it's just to say how much we are responsible for protecting this population and try to find an outcome for this. And we need to use the technology and all the methods we are aware, but we must have political strength that makes the actions be protected and become sustainable. I have another example that I would like to tell very quickly. Professor Cohen, who was a professor at uh, Oswaldo Cruz Foundation, it's a great person that studied with Professor Marta Luz, who's here in malaria in Barcelos municipality in the Amazon. And so once he said that being there, he saw all the conditions. He took a group and he visited a mayor and we said, we can eliminate malaria here. We need this many people, this many trucks. And then the mayor said, listen, professor, we have malaria that we need here. So we are not going to eliminate it if we don't fight this type of posture, which is absolutely unacceptable. And that maybe is reflected in the fact that another municipalities in the Amazon, 30 of them, have 80% of the malaria in Brazil. We have to face this in a very brave way, in a very hard way. So these are my words. I'm sorry for not having the presentation. I think it would be different for this table, but I believe this information is very important. More than 98% of the malaria cases in the world are due to the falciparum plasmodium, which is the one that kills. And the number is so big that the number of deaths by falciparum malaria has overcame, it was way bigger, even though HIV was treatable but not curable, and we were not able to revert the evolution, the lethal evolution that is natural for the patients. The number of deaths is huge. Even though this is a proportion with something of 0.2% of the individuals, the big majority of the cases are non-lethal cases, and these non-lethal cases will evolve with behavioral impairments and also neurological impairments. We have to be attentive to this because if we're not attentive, we have to change this reality. We will accept that there are second category individuals, and I don't think we can live with this. I feel very honored to be here in such an important mission facing our minister. Thank you so much, Alexandre, Cássio, Gisele, Marinetti, and all the other colleagues in this is positive under the name of the professor. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Cláudio. I think it's important for us to have this scenario and bring all the challenges. And I think we have been speaking a lot in the ministry regarding these strategies, but not the global strategies anymore that many times work very well for one region and not for other regions. And I believe that to talk about this challenge of malaria in border areas and about populational migration, that is something very important that we must have strategy, different strategies. I call here Dr. Cássio Peterka to talk a little bit to us. Well, good morning, everyone present here. I believe that is a great satisfaction to be here representing the Superintendence of Surveillance of the state of Amapá. I have to appreciate and thank you all for the invitation. Say hello to our Minister, Alexandre Padilha, uh, Federal Deputy Malafaia, Nivea. It's a great partner, and everyone in this table and everyone here this morning, so we are able to discuss a little bit. I will also follow the guidance of my big master, Dr. Cláudio Ribeiro. I'm going to just have a small speech without being too long about the importance that we have, which is the vision of the border malaria and the imported malaria and how all this mobility works. We know that for all epidemics and all endemics after the epidemics, we need a case, and this case comes imported from somewhere else. So we have the mobility of people related to the social and health points and wars and the movements regarding the job seeking, and this makes us have a scenario for us to go beyond the public health issues and but also the economic and environmental. And I tend to say that malaria, besides being a public health problem, it's also a social problem, it's an economic problem, it's a problem that takes us to cognitive impairments of kids. So I believe that the elimination of malaria is came here to increment the lives of people in the Amazon. So when are we going to accept generations of kids and people who are suffering with cognitive impairments due to malaria repeatedly? So I think it's our responsibility, not only as managers, technicians, and scientists, but also as citizens. So when we talk about mobility and this direct relation with economic points, I think we remember the legal mining and illegal mining, which is what moves the transmission of malaria. So when I talk about the state of Amapá, in the year of 2023, we had this huge amount of imported malaria, especially coming from the disintrusion action of the Yanomami territory. Of course, this is important, but malaria has spread and we had consequences in other areas. So we had malaria in Amapá, Jacareacanga, Itaituba, and people who moved from place to place. Usually minors, they live from this. So they are a population that I tend to say they're not the main cause. It's the reason that they have, they lack jobs. So that's why we need special attention. When we talk about the mobility, I will just mention a case that happened in 2023 when the miners left the Yanomami territory. One of them left with falciparum malaria, and he went to Aparecida de Goiânia, very close to Goiânia in the state of Goiás. And this person was there for a few days in an area where we had a big diversity of anopheline and they infected mosquitoes. And after this case, after decades, we had 3 cases of falciparum malaria in the Aparecida de Goiânia, and one of them died. And then we see the importance of working in the borders and the mobility of people and thinking on how can we work with this aspect of imported malaria. And when you talk imported malaria, we have many levels of imported malaria. We have imported malaria from other countries, imported malaria from other states, and imported malaria inside the cities in the state. So working with this perspective strengthens the assessment, and then go on with the elimination. As Livia mentioned, we have to locally think about elimination. We have strategy, national strategies, and which must be adapted to each reality and each condition of population and technicians. We have the presence of many colleagues in our service, which have also been struggling, all the consecrated academics and everyone who's coming to strengthen our team. I would like to greet Dr. Roberto Montoya, who's our regional coordinator of malaria in El Paso, Washington, and to say that we must advance. So eliminating malaria is not only about public health, it's about it's a social matter, environmental matter, and also economic. So we must make sure that we have the right of no Amazonian people to be sick of malaria in our country. Thank you so much.
Chegou o café.
So thank you very much, Cássio. To continue, I would now like to invite Dr. Jucineide Barbosa, who is from COSEMS-PA, to provide her words. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone who's here. I'd like to greet the panel through Minister Alexandre and Deputy Malafaia, who's here, and in your name, and Livia, I greet all the panel, and the Secretariat who's here, and the Superintendent, Dr. Cláudio. We have a senator here, also I know he's in Sudan. And so then everyone who's here at the panel, we'd like to greet you and thank the invitation in the name of our President, Hishad Hamida, who's not able to be here, President of CONASEMS, and congratulate you for the work for Gisele Marinetti. Hard to hold down 4 days with an audience. So congratulations, and it's good to see a good number of people here on Saturday. We know that organizing an event for 1 day at Chileji is difficult. Imagine 4 days. So then I'm Jucineide Barbosa. I'm Secretary for the Municipality of Breves on Marajó Island. I'm President of COSEMS-PA. Minister of Secretary in 2010, 2016, in the period when you also were a minister. I always say that was one of the ministries that always had a differentiated look to our state. We consider you a Paraense for the time you got to know the realities of our Pará, which represents a piece of the Amazon. And then we see here, we're talking about governance and the malaria agenda, and governance, and interterritorial. And so then when Cássio mentions and Cláudio mentions all these difficulties in working on eliminating malaria, when we have several boundaries and frontiers, and to involve all people in the responsibility of actually eliminating malaria. When I took over the activities in Breves, Anajás had been the leader, the municipality with the largest number of cases of malaria in the municipality. In this period, I had a region called Amapuá, which I went and visited. It's 8 or 12 hours from the municipal seat. I went there and I looked at those people. I said, my God, what an ugly people. Because a person who gets malaria 5 to 7 times, Dr. Cláudio, which is what we had, you look, they're destroyed. And so then we started this work in partnership with the state, together with boundaries with Anajás. And I talk about the importance of strengthening these spaces of governance in terms of CV, the councils, the municipal councils, the interfederative policies, all the agencies involved, so that we can push everyone towards responsibility, because many times people think malaria is mine or yours, but it's our malaria, and we need to have this responsibility. So it's very important here for us to have researchers, because we managers work very much on the fruits of what you build, and which is to partake into discussions of public policies, and that way they go to our municipalities. And I speak of a region where it's at a very delicate situation. So, Minister, when we bring in the numbers for malaria in our country, it corresponds to about 5 or 6% of when you consider 5,000 some odd municipalities, and where malaria is concentrated, it's about 5 to 6% of the municipalities in Brazil. And then why did I say this? Because we talk about the difficulties where malaria is concentrated in these municipalities. They are in the Brazilian Amazon region. When we look at the state of Pará, the largest number of cases in Jalacacanga, which is more than 7,000 cases that have indigenous areas and gold mining areas. Itaituba, which is the second largest, has gold mining areas, and the four next ones are riverbank areas. And so this reflects in the cost of the state of Pará that the diversity of the state of Pará represents the difficulties and adversities in the Brazilian Amazon. If we go to Manaus and the other states, it also represents these experiences that we have in our day-to-day life. We're talking about Jacarecanga, Altamira is right next. Which is the largest municipality in Brazil in geographic area, where the difficulty in doing public policies, where it's difficult to do difficulties in public policy and keeping up surveillance. So we're saying that we work together with research and all the institutions involved to eliminate malaria. And I was looking at the plan. You can see that in 2030, we will want to eliminate falciparum. When you go to Jacarecanga, 35% is still falciparum. So I want to be in here in 10 years, and we'll be in a panel like this, commemorating, celebrating that we've been able to do it. But we know that it's not going to be easy because, Minister, Deputy Congressman, we need to look the question of funding. To do just surveillance in this region is very difficult. It's very difficult. It's very expensive. For me, but in this region of Mapua, it's very expensive. To give an example, just of an ambulance to pick up, I spent about 2,500 reais just to pick up one patient. To keep a team 30 days out there is expensive. So we need, when we're talking about the political commitment, when we talk about a disease, we're not talking about a negligent disease. If we do a historic evaluation, it's been reducing significantly in terms of deaths. This has reduced, but the disease is still there. It still continues to affect the quality of life in the poorest region. So there are regions that basically live off the federal contributions and state contributions, transfers. And so Marajó, example, doesn't have industry, that they live from these government handouts. So we need to look very carefully to see if it's PAHO or the Ministry of Health. We need to look very carefully and ensure this funding. The last time we had expending and funding to invest was 2016. So we need to look with this care to these regions. And then that's what I say, I'll talk about the geographic difficulties, these access difficulties. Today, the SUS system health, early treatment, early diagnosis. There will be, I always say, that despite the problems, there's going to be a significant improvement when the phenylketonuria comes in. We have a pilot project right at Jucineide when we started now to train in August in the municipalities of Jacarecanga and Itaituba. So then we believe very much in a treatment of 7 to 14 days with a single dose, despite all the work that's going to have to be done. But then we can say, you're talking about funding and investments, and you know that, right? And so then we thank the opportunity to speak and bring a bit of our pains, which what the managers experience day to day, because we many times need to do miracles to keep us going. And if it's a dream that we have, it's a need to eliminate malaria. We need for you there to think about improving the funding and defrayal of expenses for health surveillance. Thank you very much. So then I will ask Dr. Paulo Rocha to make his comments, to take advantage of what my colleague just said, and greet everyone. Congratulations for the debate and to calling our attention to the importance that we have and our minister has in the Amazon. Since the Amazon is being sung about, being all around the world, people are singing its praises. I've always said that we Amazonians have to take advantage of this moment. First of all, to unite. We're kind of ununited, right? So we need to unite to really affect and achieve to get the Amazon more valued around the world. We have everything that the world needs, we have abundantly. And so then we have a poor people, an impoverished people, because is a model of what we brought into the Amazon. For example, to export our raw materials just as is in brute form, and also in the funding grain, for example. The one who wants to start a small process, there's no access to funding. In other words, so what I'm saying is we are in an important moment in our country. We have recovered democracy and need to have recovered popular governments. This is very important in the process in our country. So, and we are from a generation, Padilha and myself, we early on were made aware of the role of politics and governance, the size of our responsibility. And I like to say, it's just I have a very important role in Sudan because we are exactly in a period of concert, I would say, of coming together in our country. First of all, you can't imagine what the past government did with the structure of the state, Brazilian state. It's something that we had already achieved at great struggle. After great struggle, we built a democratic state that was already reaching, getting all the policies to reaching to everybody. The opportunities were getting to everyone. Just you could say it. You were able to. My house, my life, light for everyone, more med doctors, all these different social programs. We were advancing very much in areas of health, popular funds, popular ambulance services, and education. Here in Pará, for example, is recreated 3 universities. So we were getting there. They destroyed all that. They disorganized everything. They deconstructed everything. My colleague was talking about funding. My colleagues, they captured the federal budget. They hijacked it. The government needed to go and beg for our National Congress because they took it over. And I remember that I was still as a senator in the last time period. There were some congressmen had the right to parliamentary amendments to do 200 million res, which was a budget bigger than even for our federal university. What's the budget for the Instituto de Chagas? 63 million. We have the amendments they've entered. There's a PIX amendment now, and which is easier than the budget, bigger than the budget of the Chagas. So we are in a period of fixing things up, reorganizing the Brazilian state, but especially to recover the power that the Brazilian state had to fund and to provide solutions and responses to these demands that are being processed in this. And so then, colleagues, there's no way. We have to mobilize. You can see here there's such a concentration of income that we have in our country based on financial capital. If we don't have a vector to be able to encourage or fund a productive sector, it's not going to go anywhere. You can see the government pressured here so that they can cut expenses. Fortunately, we have a guy like Lula who has strength and can really face this, and so invest in malaria, Professor. For them, it's expense, it's cost. And should they're complaining here for money to pay the tickets to have access. This is the central point here in the region in Brazil. Our Brazilian state is underpowered now, and it needs to direct its budget to solve still these questions, not just of poverty, but of fighting diseases and that are running around here. That's why the Amazon, we have to be united, and at least we have we have good researchers, good policies, universities, and so on. And so we agreed we are creating a forum for all of the federal organizations in the Amazon. So then we've done a first meeting here, getting into next week, for us to do this summing of efforts, of values, so that we thought about to talk about the Amazon. We have concrete processes to have solutions for everyone. And so then we participate in all this. So the Europeans who've devastated everything there, they're sending a little bit of drops. And they want us to keep the forest standing with just little time. They want to keep this standing. And so we know the role of the Amazon, and we have responsibilities for all this. So then, the indigenous, the people of the forests, we're the ones who can serve our. So what do we do with 28 million Brazilians who live here in the Amazon? Just looking at the forest, can we just stare at the forest? So then you have to invest to have a public health system to be able to handle the problems with our families, a network of policies for public education to be able to prepare all of our young people and our scientists and our researchers and so on. This is our challenge. Thank you very much. So to continue now to this word, especially from the public sector, we will continue Congressman Dorinaldo Malafaia to say his words. So the minister is sitting down, but so then, first of all, the minister came, and so then this is very good, because for us, this is in a beautiful Saturday that we've had. We'd like to thank, in your name, all the organizations for the invitation and questions of the management. And so a lot of academic. And so then the Amazon. So then, in fact, for the scientific group to eliminate malaria. And so, therefore, I would like to be able to work on this action and thank very much and the organization. And above all, I'll say that the president here and the minister here and our former senator, President Sucam, to them and the other members of this panel. has for us a symbology, a weight that would exactly be centered in what we're talking on, which have here in this debate, which is public commitment. I think we've also heard here about what in terms of, so I think that we've worked a lot in the questions of costs, social costs of the challenges and the incentives, but it's important what we have in terms of, so that maybe we can work with this logic in the country. I would like to thank the presence here, as you said, to retired as not as a non-denialist, because in fact, I have been introducing myself recently as having explained that I'm not the other Malafaia. I'm not part of the family that's been denying sciences. So this is my preamble. I have to start off when I introduce myself. And this week, in fact, I was here as the French academic was here, who handed me, besides everything, he gave me a little button, a little red button here, which is it's representing exactly the history of resistance, anti-fascist resistance, which is kind of a stamp that the Yanto French, he gave me as a present here. I'm saying this as this symbol to make it very clear what are the challenges that we have here. The National Congress, besides being extremely fascistic position, denialist, in other words, that we're always fighting to face a group that's not small. Every saying here, there's scientific reduction. We have scientific data. We have academic proof saying that the vaccines work. That we really do can produce it in life. We've been facing opposition. I would like to thank here for the minister, because since I arrived in the National Congress, some tasks the minister has given me, and as part of the government, one of them was for us to approve the more doctor programs, temporary measure. Today we have had the opportunity to preside this. Over this, we were able to get this approved in the National Congress, where the task was done, so that today, Ministry of Health, Senator Paulo, the Brazilian government, regardless of any other government who is in charge of our country, has more doctors set up for the Amazon. This has represented a lot of advances for the more distant communities and for indigenous communities. Another important task was to launch the parliamentary front to defend the vaccines. But you can imagine that the president of this front has been facing more than what the denialists has been headed by Osmar Terra. So then every day, as you said, Cláudio, it's exactly the role of the vaccines and the importance and the dialogue we would have. And so we've been facing a stronger and stronger campaign of vaccine visitation. We're not disconnected from the visit you're going to make here. And so besides that, the new challenge is to have here. And so I'm here today, my friends, because of an articulation made by academicians and intellectuals here for doctorates. Marcos Bolos is here for Dr. Mauro Dada, for Dr. Cláudio Ribeiro, together with, and with authorization articulated by our Minister Padilha. It's exactly this. We need to build a parliamentary front that can bring in intellectual experience, scientific experience, and to policy, into an open policy debate. I was given this task, which is not small, and we have started to search for signatures, because to set up a parliamentary, you need to have about 98 signatures of deputies. So what does it mean? It means that we're going to have to get out, ask votes for the deniers, which is not easier to move around the signature to set up a parliamentary front.
Up to this point, we have for a month, we have today about 158 signatures out of 198. Thank you. I think that the minister can also help us, and you can also help us to build this up to the end of this month and verify with the partners and which can help us in this task, and to close approximately another 30 or something signatures so we can consolidate the parliamenters for the elimination of malaria. A step ahead. And we decided not to present any data, but well, maybe I could show you some slides, right? Let me just break a little bit of protocol. Just the data that is related to the Congress. What is in there about law that talks about malaria? This is what you have dominance. We have data to show about the National Congress fighting malaria. Currently, we have about 31 propositions about the combat to malaria found from 1940 to 2009. We would like to point about the policies of the parliament with the propositions of fighting malaria, and they're pretty ancient. We have the initiatives of the executive power, and that means the health ministry that has been acting due to really showing solutions. We have the focus of the propositions in the credit creation of specials for programs to fight malaria. If we have a crisis, you present a special credit for that punctual combat. With medications and consumptions, when there's a crisis, and we have this advancement, and then we have a fall and some limitations, a few strategic advancements, but a lot of structural advancements. And we don't have a lot of focus in the specific actions. So a little bit of what we have today. We have 25% of law projects about supplementary credit, about approved laws about malaria, and approximately 50% of the projects we analyzed were archived. And that means in this period, even if we circulate inside the Congress, this was archived. So this is where I finish with the slides. We have a timeline here about this period where we have all the legislative propositions about supplementary credits and the fighting of malaria in Brazil, organized by decades. And we also have the start of the fighting to malaria. And then you start seeing from the 90s, you have a big fall. And you come to this investment for public policies. So we don't have a lot of continuity, as you know. And I will finish here so I don't take a lot of time from you in a deeper debate. And it seems like the parliamentary front with their goals must assure the political strengthening about malaria. And above all, as a message, what we want is to treat how we can align the scientific production with the with the political facing. How are we getting to next year's COP next year, as Paulo Rocha mentioned? What is the budget by COSEMS-PA? How much do we have in LDO? How much we will have written for the health in terms of financing to have the spacing for malaria? This is still open. All the scientific work is really well connected from the political point of view. We still have this moment of need to advance. And I would like to appreciate and congratulate you for the idea that came from this forum with the researchers to have this parliamentary front for elimination of malaria. From now on, our idea is obviously to call those who had the idea to do it to have this parliamentary front in this first semester of next year, in January or February, when we come back for our activities, when we collect our necessary signatures, and then start a process of reformulation and updating laws and restructuring whatever is possible. I think this is a good building point so that we can have in this parliamentary front. It's a good news now that the parliamentary front, they are interested. They have the interest of many parliamentary people in the Amazon, the characteristics of having the participation both from the deputies and the senators is possible, so we can use this for a mixed commission or a mixed front that will strengthen the National Congress. And it seems that this is a very important path, and we must leave this seminar, this encounter, with a good debate from the academic point of view, with equality, but also a look onto the need of political articulation. I think this is an important point, and I will finish here saying that we've been talking about the restructuration process of the health ministry or programs. I defend that we need, for example, for vaccination, which is a very different challenge. It is absurd for us to see inside a basic unit of health a health professional recommending not getting vaccinated inside the vaccination room. This is a fact that happens. A doctor saying that it's not possible to get a vaccine. I've been saying this with the minister. We've talked and we will anticipate it, which is the need for us to reformulate the health of family program, having the vaccination teams with the restructuration, for example, the curriculum, and where we have capacity of deeper dialogues to have a new program that takes into consideration not only P and I because they're a big instrumentation, but that for the new challenge which is facing the NIRS, it's when you have limits. I defend that the minister defends too, that we have the same way we have the more doctors program with more specialties, that we can have more vaccine program, a new program that could really 2 years from now or less than that to hand out new public policies, restructure policies that not only against fake news, but in the restructuring debate that should be deeper. And this is also for us to think about what is happening in the municipalities. The surveillance, the agents are here, and we know that the destructuring of this system of public health and the Amazon is absurd. We are here, all here from the Amazon. We have a big diversity, and the people from the Amazon, Minister Padilha, knows that all the city halls are not enough. We don't have enough fuel for the cars. The people, it's very hard to get to places. So we must think about restructuring surveillances. I believe that the model that the health ministry has introduced of having SVSA as a structure that has a lot of autonomy should extend to the municipalities and perform what we did in Amapá. In Amapá, we decentralized, we created a superintendence in surveillance and health, which has the administrative autonomy, the management autonomy, which allows the surveillance to be there and to help the municipalities. I think to think about this in a broader way to the Amazon must be the way, giving autonomy and not only the coordination of surveillance and health, but smaller superintendencies and smaller um, organs uh, that could help and act in the base of the municipalities, as we mentioned here. This is where I finish. Again, I want to make myself available for that so that we can build this agenda together for the elimination of malaria to make sure that we have political commitment for elimination. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you so much. I think I'm going to hand back to Minister Padilha for his final considerations. I believe this has been great to talk and to have dialogues with this roundtable. We dialogue with all the production from the last 3 days. I believe that every time we are together or participate in activities with the same opinions and you leave the same with the same opinion, I think this was not worth it. I think we must have new challenges from the articulation part and the federations and political and all the demands in the group of researchers that we have, Professor Cláudio and everyone else when talked to us together. I think we leave with 4 responsibilities to deliver in a very short time. This first, what Dorinaldo mentioned, we only need 40 signatures. We have this mission up to the end of the year. They were all in campaign in the municipalities, so they were still not in Brasilia. Now we have a list for people who have signed. So if you have any contacts, well, you can be all mobilized and helping on this. We will take the responsibility as the institutional relation ministries to get more 40 signatures and have this parliamentary front constituted, because it brings to the political scenario, to the center of this debate, the mobilization of resources, as Paulo Rocha said. If the Congress has captured this, let's dispute this and bring it back to what is a priority. This is the first task. The second task, here, this is a consource of the governors of the Amazon. The governors are not here because they're in Azerbaijan. They come back from COP29. They will have a meeting till the end of this year. We have this meeting for the governors of the Amazon. So I think it's important for the ministry to have this presentation in this meeting until the end of the year. We had talked with Minister Alisi for the mapping. When in 98 or 99, we reached the risk of having 1 million cases of malaria. We were going to reach 1 million cases of malaria. This mobilization was decisive for building the strategy of the intensification of malaria control at the end of the 90s. And later we've had, when I was in the health ministry, we had an even bigger retake to stabilize about 100,000 cases and 150,000 cases per year. So we could retake the political priority, and that's fundamental. We also take this responsibility, as we mentioned, to have this moment with the governors. Thirdly, I'm not sure if everyone paid attention to what we are doing as a federal government. And here in the Amazon, this has been a responsibility of the Paulo Rocha, which has all of these state governments and has the responsibility to be a sort of articulator in the federal organizations in each state. Paulo Rocha is setting all the meetings for the federal management in each of the states in legal Amazon. We had some of them last week. We had the management of Tocantins. And why is this decisive? PAS-ICM is one of the most decisive things in the end of the 90s. This was an articulation intersectoral and built a new regulatory document, which was an instrument for the occupation of rural settlings or reserve areas, where we were able to have new technologies of government back then, which was some sort of license for occupation in that rural settling, where you could not have a new settling without the infrastructure or any conditions for fighting malaria and the entomological assessment and organization of labs, strategy, and treatment. So this articulation with other sectors could be decisive for what is being brought here by the superintendent in Amapá and in Pará. For example, how to face malaria, how to fight malaria in the mining areas. And that means the National Agents of Mining, the Ministry of Mines and Energy, the Federal Police to be organized, the Ministry of Justice to make sure that we have professionals acting in areas like this. Also, the instrumentations for the state governments. This meeting that Paulo Rocha is coordinating is fundamental so that we can have an invitation. If you're a researcher in malaria, as Paulo is having, we have an encounter in Rondônia. The guys in Rondônia to be invited for a 10-minute presentation for all the managers in federal government in Rondônia to check what is the reality and the municipalities that focuses the migrating flows and have a support. So for me, this is the third task of political articulation and institutional articulation that we must have together with the health ministry. Paulo is also always calling the person responsible for the ministry to participate, and when it happens, to call the researchers and the people who are in malaria studies. Sometimes we have the help of the federal institutes or universities. Evandro Chagas Institute, we have some federal organizations, and that could lead to this reality, or logistic support even. Sometimes we have organizations that have logistic structure to be able to support this in a very important way. The fourth initiative of our institutional articulation, we are now having the new mayors for the city management. Brazil has a re-election phenomenon. 83% of the re-election. This had never happened in our country. The closest we had this was 61% in the pandemic, where we had very hard elections, and at 20% more. So big part of the mayors are re-elected. So we have changes in the teams and in the municipalities, and then 20% are new mayors who will have new teams. So us in the federal government, we are having what we call in November, December, what we call the greeting of these new people. We have this in every city. The health ministry has this calendar on how to mobilize and to have this municipalities where we have malaria. And in February, the health ministry is aware of this, a big national meeting with the presidency of the republic, all the ministries, and in this national encounter, besides having this presentation of opportunities and programs, we will have what we call the city hall spaces, which is an active methodology where the mayors will face critical realities, because we will have the spaces for the climate change impact and how to face floods, how to prepare, how to have planning for this, how to have gains in the indicators for education. We can always create without any difficulties, as what Paulo brought. We have municipalities that concentrate malaria in our country and have this space for these municipalities, a day of active methodologies that we can build, the ministry taking this responsibility and this exercise on how to face many situations and how to organize the teams which have very different realities. I think these four commitments of institutional articulation, all of us are aware that concentrated actions have a very decisive impact in numbers. We had this in the PACM at the end of the 90s. And now regarding the deforestation in the Amazon, we have just presented 42% reduction of deforestation in the Amazon on the last 1 year and a half. And in the cities, and out of the 70 cities that concentrate the deforestation in the Amazon, this was a 78% reduction in these municipalities. This changed the index of deforestation in the Amazon. So we had an action that was focusing in these municipalities. The reduction was way bigger in the legal Amazon area, and also in the Cerrado. We have a strategy that is specific for the municipalities, which everybody knows that we have a big impact. And I would like to take these 4 commitments with you and the institutional articulation so that we can look for and generate strong impact.
The other thing is there was a very successful case of confronting malaria was that it was necessary to build new instruments, new regulatory administrative instruments and organizational instruments to implement the public policies. All of them were new instruments, and then what new instruments do we need to set up? These could be regulatory ones. If it's malaria is concentrated in a region with illegal activities like illegal gold mining, then we need to build a new regulatory instrument to face this reality. If we don't do this, we're not going to be able to handle and impact the way we wish to impact. If this question of the migration between my frontiers is so important, let's get back to the instruments that were built before by agreements between the states in terms of interstate plans and the instruments for funding. For this reality, you also have to think about funding for this specific activity. And I think we need to be very bold. Everyone, we all need and show what impacts very much was the capacity for us to reorient our actions, not to fight the mosquito dust, but we can't forget the importance of entomology, as Professor Maranata talks about these important fundamental data here for that, but it is strategic of early diagnosis and treatment, incorporating new technologies that allow an earlier treatment and treatment. When we talk about new technologies, it doesn't mean necessarily incorporating pure technological innovations. There are some things that have helped what changed early diagnosis was train everybody to do the thick smear. In fact, to get past corporate barriers, is that only a certain person could do the thick smear, only a certain person could be trained to do thick smears. I remember I was here when we were facing in Santarém. We were training the priests, the pastors, all the agents to know what is the thick smear, to see how this is being done, my Cláudio. We were training people to do, we were sitting in the lab, malaria lab, people would stay there 30, 60, 90 days to learn how to read the thick smear. In other words, what other strategies, disruptive strategies can we use today to make this early diagnosis be as early as possible, and the treatment can be as early as possible. We need to continue moving 2,500 reals to send a patient for treatment, when today we have more and more rapid ways to treat the patient there, to do the diagnosis there. So we have connections, have cell phones. Why don't we intensify as much as possible, especially in these moments, if we are not bold and set up new technologies? So to face this reality, then we will lose the potential and capacity that we have to face the situation of malaria. So then I would like to say about this that I will leave here with 4 political commitments, and you all leave your commitments to think about new technologies to be disruptive, to face and overcome this reality, that it is possible to think about how we will do an early diagnosis as early as possible, to better use our data to generate intelligence, to actions or interventions. You research so much, and then so to rethink the policies, the strategies for intervention. We can't do more of the same. Today we have a capacity to read reality, which is different from what we had 25 years ago. And so just a fourth of a century. And so then we need to act even more. So congratulations to the Evandro Chagas Institute for your 88 years of their network of researchers in malaria. Olivia, all here for the panel. We've several commitments, right? We have a lot of commitments. And you'll see that Malafaia is a non-denialist Malafaia, right? He's a good Malafaia. So thank you very much. So I'd like to thank everyone. I think that in response a bit to what Minister Padilha is talking about here, I, as representative of the Ministry of Health, I think together with Del here in the Superintendency of Ministry of Health, in the name of Mr. Alicia Trindade, it's taken every effort, not in the sense just of looking technically of how these demands in health are happening, how they're present and are important, and that public health is already at a cross-cutting level in all the discussions, even though we're not always here within this role. But I think it's in this union that is a national meeting of research for us to bring this look that our minister has, because she came from a place where you do research. And I think that we do have the means together to bring together research, and this event shows this, that to unite that with service, and how with all this we can discuss together with policy. Because only in this way will this be a strength so that we can eliminate here. This is something when we're talking about malaria, but I think that we're going to have other challenges as well, but it's a strategy that we will be able to talk about strongly, at least in these four tasks already mentioning here. But we know that the challenge is great, and just to bring this union, only by bringing this union we'll be able to do this. So I commit myself in the name of Anita Trindade, so that if the Ministry of Health is going to be here, also to be part of what is possible for us to be able to do this. So then I would like to close out this panel, but I would like to ask for us to continue here in training, and we're going to have a special moment now. Thank you very much to all. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to record the presence of Mr. Roberto Montoya, representative of the Regional Program for Malaria of PAHO and WHO. A round of applause. At this moment, we invite Professor Senior from the Department of Infectious Diseases and Parasites of the College of Medicine of the University of São Paulo, USP, Dr. Marcos Gomes, to honor excellent Minister Chief of the Secretariat of Institutional Relations of the Presidency of the Republic, Alexandre Rocha Santos Padilha, and Medida Mascarete in memoriam for their important contributions to fighting malaria in Brazil. So it's with great pleasure and honor that I deliver these two medals in honor to Alexandre Padilha and Melissa Mascaretti. And I would even be so bold as to say something specific. Alexandre, when he talks with us, he started with us when he was a resident in the hospital. One time I was coming from a group that we're doing on the Tapajós River, and we had a lot of people leaving the river. And so from jaundice, people were dying from jaundice. And so then, of course, we couldn't go to the river because people were not vaccinated against yellow fever. I said, so what are we going to do? Well, I arrived in São Paulo. I gathered the residents. I said, who wants to go? Who will be dare to spend a month looking for a diagnosis and trying to help? The first person who showed up was Alexandre. And I said, look, if you change my holidays, my vacation time, I'll do it. So since I was the head of I changed his vacation time, and Alexandre went there, spent a month along the river with Tadeu, who was a laboratory specialist. And after a month, he came back. He was bitten by the sandflies, and so that means you stay forever. So then he solved the problem. It was a wild leptospirosis, and from then on, we were starting the project in Santarém, and he sort of took over there. And then when I said, look, he, despite not being from the north, no, he's from Pará, yes, because he's a Mocorongo citizen of Santarém. He was made citizen of the city and given the keys to the city, and so he is a Paraense by adoption. So then these were very beautiful times and very interesting times. And Melissa, who's also being honored, participated in this program. Melissa, when she arrived in the hospital, I remember for some reason, I was doing the reception, just the selection of the residents, and she had just come from the Navy. She was a naval officer, and so then when we went there, she hadn't been gone well, but it was a good person. So then she wanted to work with extension. And then sometime by good fortune for those, she ended up entering. And then she came and did a pair with Alexandre, who were flying around everywhere, and Melissa putting order in the house. He would go around on all directions, and she would put order. And Melissa spent some time also living there until she went back to São Paulo, and together with Caninha, they were responsible for preparing the ministry manual on malaria prophylaxis. And she spent with her, she was director of the epidemiological surveillance for the state of São Paulo until she died with a tumor that all of us were not able to help her. So, but we have the fond memories. And Alexandre, what I wanted to say is this medal, Alexandre, is not just for what you've done in terms of malaria. You have an important experience in malaria. He coordinated for some time the elimination of malaria in São Paulo. He did field work, and malaria was eliminated with his coordination in the project together with people from the municipality, obviously. But it's what you can do then. A medal represents the past, but also the future. Because everything that was said is correct. We need to work, but we will not be able to even working, as you proposed in the municipalities, if we don't solve one of the most important problems, which is the question of the instability that we're seeing. Well, Superim is in the indigenous areas where the gold mining is. If we don't get the gold miners out, you don't even have safety people who are there working with malaria. Despite the technical competence of the ministry and the people in malaria, which is very great, they're not able to execute their jobs. So we need to, in some way, we need to have a consortium, to have the presence of Malafaia coordinating the process would be fundamental for us. But it's clear that we need to have a question not only to end malaria, but beyond that, it will improve the forest, and because you will stop the deforestation in the environment, you'll stop having mercury and destruction of the rivers, and so then I will wait for you. And this shaman wrote about the drop from heaven. We can see that the extermination of the Yanomami has been happening for a long time and has aggravated a lot in the previous government, but is continuing. And so when we solve the problem of that, then So this is why this commitment. So then we certainly, if we eliminate them, then we will have this commitment. So thank you. I wanted to give you I'd like to have a profound thanks. I don't deserve so much from Mighty Nachi and also there's a network for research, but you can find, so I'd like to say a little about not this adventure, but this mission, which was to set up the nucleus for tropical medicine, the University of São Paulo. And so we're 25 years, I don't know. And so then we will continue. So then the first professor, when the professor talked about his vacation, I didn't ask her initial month. I wanted to anticipate and I used my vacation time to go there. And so then after that, 1 or 2 years later, when I decided to move there, the main thing that my friends were saying, my colleagues were saying, is when are you going to pay back your promise that you fight with your girlfriend? Because this thing that people in São Paulo think is the best place in the world is in São Paulo. It's all perfect and no other place in the world. You can do so much. And I never forgot. And so then, yes, what did you feel there? So we have Marinetti also calls me Ale, Minister also calls me Ale. And so then, what did you feel there? And I was telling him a bit about the impact of the presence of a medical professional or a nurse or some person with the research institute gives you legitimacy for you to go. And he was saying something, he's saying, I know how you have the feeling that you have going back to São Paulo, the complex and the hospitals, that you yourself saved more people and more lives than all this complex here. This whole city block and the hospital and all the technology and the resources. So the impact is it has. And so I think that something that's very important in the strategy at that moment has to do with what Paulo said in terms of Sudan. That was to go to the Amazon, but with this idea that you're going to bring from the outside the Amazon the solution. You're bringing from outside in. So the question of our tropical medical center in São Paulo was that since the beginning, they never tried to be a center, an enclave. Quite the contrary, they wanted to take advantage and learn the potential that the region has. Which I'd like to thank very much to Professor here on the Chagas, the Federal University of Pará, and then later with time, we set up the campus of the university there. Later, the State University. We have a new federal university in Western Paraná created in the second government of the President Lula, as Paulo said, to invest in the municipalities in their articulation and the structure of the single health system, invest in the groups in society, non-governmental organizations, others who are involved in all this. I think it's an important learning for the space that the universities have in terms of research. We go as a researcher, thinking that we have all the knowledge, that we will go there and we'll do something, and when they'll leave, and everything will leave and it'll sort of fall apart. And so I think it was very important for my experience as a whole. And Dr. Melissa Mascaretti, who unfortunately is no longer among us, but she's in a corner of her mind. She's in with all of us here. My daughter is called Melissa. I have a 9-year-old daughter called Melissa in honor of hers, in homage to Melissa Mascaretti. When Melissa saw my daughter being born, she saw my wife pregnant. She said, Max, she said the first day that my daughter left the house was to go to the wake in the cremation here. So she's named Melissa, and she had this characteristic that Master talked about of great commitment, also great interaction, great respect to other professionals and local production. And I think this gave a major force to our center. And so then, don't worry, I've assumed the commitments. And then, as we said, Paulo Rocha here, we know the importance of the Amazon in Brazil. Brazil will not be a great country, rich and developed country without the Amazon developing more and more and generating income from the Amazon region. So this also involves the Brazilian Amazon region. It's not, the Amazon is not a problem. It's a solution for our country. And so this commitment is for all of us here to, if you can arrive here in 2030, with falciparum eliminated. The medal's not for me, it's for all of us. So there'll have to be a whole bunch of medals for everyone. So thank you very much. I'm very thrilled, very honored for this national research, especially Instituto Evandro Chagas, and the commitment of taking here the medal from Melissa to her family. It will be a very emotional moment for all of them.
When I hand it out, I'm going to send you a picture so everyone can see. Thank you. We appreciate the authorities who participated this roundtable, and this moment we finish the activity and we invite for the official registration. I'd like to break protocol once again because I love breaking protocols. And I wanted to call a few people who were mentioned many times here to be able to be here in this register. I would like to call Dr. Marinette, Dr. Giselle, Dr. Marutada, Dr. Tânia Chaves, Dr. Bento, so we can take this picture because you deserve it. Dr. Rafael also, please. Montanha, please. Since we're having something. Dr. Marcos Bolos, please come back. Dr. Ladislau, where are you? Now, using this moment, the endemic agents would like to take a picture with our minister. Let's clap our hands for people who are in ahead of this project to eradicate malaria from our country. Thank you so much. Let's clap our hands to all the authorities. We really appreciate it. If you have your picture, please come down from the stage so we can have agility. We still have official program, an official agenda to follow. And at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, we will start the mini conference, which will have as a theme, hepatic infection of Vivax plasmodium, challenges and threats for the elimination of malaria. For that, I invite the researcher of the State University of Campinas, Fábio Trinidade Maranhão Costa, for leading the activities. Clap your hands, please. Hello, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Let's continue with our meetings. I think we're reaching the end. We're reaching the end of this meeting, but it's also very important. I would like to start our session very honored. I'd like to introduce my friend and researcher, Diogenes. I have to talk about his curriculum. It's been 40 years of research in malaria. This is a beautiful trajectory, very interesting. And he graduated in 1980. Can everybody listen to me now? So he graduated in 1980 in the London University. In 84, he finished his doctorate degree in the London University and started his postdoc at the same time. And he started his trajectory in malaria, which is very interesting. It's more than 40 years dedicated to malaria. So in 95, he also gets the Peterka College School of Sin, where he goes to Pasteur Institute. Then Joyce, in 2001, goes to the Natural History Museum in Paris and stays there until 2008, where he goes to the Marie Curie University, and then until from 2014 to 2017, he co-directs the Validation University of Molecular Invasions against Malaria, where now, until 2023, it goes back to Pasteur Institute. Actually, there are some particularities regarding Georges that I would like to mention. The first one is that he is graduated in Gemarinha. And if you think you still don't have a doctorate degree and you think you're not able to be a researcher, you still have time for this. I would also like to say that what Joyce has been collaborated with us in this year, not only malaria, he has meeting in Rio, he's actively participating in La Verran, and he always has pertinent criticism. He's that person when you show a date. I remember him, George, since I was his doctor's degree student. We always have this question: do you believe this? Are you sure about this data? And he confronts this data with all the literature available in malaria. He's got great knowledge in malaria, but you all know about the diagnose, and you know about many types of malaria. Also the porcupine malaria since the sinus malaria. So he's got a deep knowledge in the models of malaria. It's a deep know. He's got a deep knowledge about the ancient literature about malaria. I remember that I met him in France when I was getting my doctorate degree in Paris, and he talked about all this collection of ancient articles in malaria. So it's very beautiful, very interesting, and in fact, it's a great honor for me to be here to be able to introduce Professor George, and I invite him for this conference on one of the most mysterious way of Vivax malaria, which has the spironolactone. Please.
You notice I didn't put my translator. I didn't want to be embarrassed, and I hope that you were not so complimentary that people will be disappointed with the talk. Now, I thank you very much for this invitation. I'm very honored to be here, and I'm honored to have so many people at the last session. It's kind of 6 or 7 people are left over. So it's a bit of a shame that this is the last session, because you won't have time afterwards for the next 1 or 2 days to disagree with what I say. So let me start with my presentation, which I must admit the title was sent to me by Giselle, so I'm obliged to stick with it. I just put a little question marks about the liver, because I don't think the liver is the only place where latency of malaria is a problem. So I think this is the first one. Great. So like everybody, I declare no conflict of interest, but I do declare a lot of interest in conflicts with respect to malaria. So let me kind of remind you that it took 100 years. I'm not going to tell you how the cycle is. I hope you all know it. But it took from 1880 to 1980 to have the cycle as we see it today. We assume that this is the cycle as it is now, but I think that by the end of the talk you might be convinced that there's something missing. So 40 years after that, we still are learning some things about the malaria parasites. So I'm going to break the talk into 3 parts. I'll try not to be too long. the path to the hypnozoites, and this is in a sense a long path from the time that people started thinking about latency to the time when the hypnozoite was discovered. Funnily enough, if one sums it up, there are not more than 40 or 50 papers, maybe 60, in which this whole history is, can be read. And I'm going to try to summarize it and introduce you to the thinking that led to this and to the people who did the work. And then we'll talk about the problem with the hypnozoites and maybe how latency is not only related to hypnozoites. So, let me start by saying that malariologists are a little bit slow at doing things. Laveran discovered the parasite in 1880. It's only in 1890 that people started to accept that what he said was correct. And it was the Italians, who were the preeminent malariologists at the time, who first said that there were 3 species of malaria. And of these 3 species, in 1890, it was Grassi and Felletti who first gave the name Vivax. And it's odd that you find the first name Vivax appears on a paper on malaria of birds, as you can see. Although that's one they kind of, at the time they called them Hemabiba, which then transformed to Plasmodium. And this is one they called it Plasmodium vivax. So this is the first appearance of the word Vivax by these 2 malariologists. Now, the interest in Vivax was no bigger than the interest in the other diseases, the other malarias that there was, until the First World War, where Vivax came to prominence. And the reason it came to prominence is because of the Eastern Front, Salonika or Macedonia Front. I don't know whether many people know very well much about World War I history, but the French and British were fighting the Germans also and other allies along this front. Here, I'm not going to point it out, in an area which is quite malarious. Now, the problem arose this is in 1916 when they came in. 1560. The problem arose, as you can see the curves here. In 1916, they had about 8,000 cases of malaria declaring. This is among British troops. The year after, they had 16,000 cases. This is one area where the war had stopped because there were not enough people to fight it, neither on the German side nor on the British side. Now, this might consider is a problem of war. People were treated with quinine because that's the only drug that they had at the time. The problem arose when the soldiers came back home, because many of the soldiers that came back home relapsed with malaria vivax, and then they reintroduced malaria practically in parts of England, France, and Germany. And as you can see, this is a figure of the mortality of malaria in England. As you can see, they managed to reduce mortality by 90% without the help of the WHO. And then in the 1920s, in the 1920s, there was an increase in mortality because of the introduction of Vivax. So the problem was that although treatment with quinine was correct and was done properly, people were relapsing with Plasmodium Vivax. And that meant that there was a problem with the quinine treatment. Now, over the years, in the Liverpool School of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene, they've done an extensive set of studies on what the best way to treat malaria, whether it's falciparum or Vivax, but in particularly Vivax because it hadn't been solved, that problem of relapse. So here's a series of experiments that they've done. The first of all, they demonstrated that if you treat a person who has inoculated with infected blood and then treat them with quinine, there is no relapse. But if you infect them with a mosquito, that's the only time, even though you treat very well with quinine so that there is no first episode, there's very often a relapse afterwards. So this meant that, and this doesn't happen with falciparum, so they knew that Vivax had a special thing. Now this is also is the case. If you treat the person with the relapse that the person has correctly with quinine, you might often get another relapse after that. So they knew that these things are repeated and they come not only one relapse, but you get many. They did another very interesting experiment at the time, same sort of patient. They infected a person with anopheles, but this time they treated them only for 5 or 6 days with quinine and then they stopped. And these people had a primary infection and a relapse afterwards after they treated it, which is what kind of brought the idea that between the time the sporozoite is injected in the skin and the time parasites appear in the blood, something strange is happening. Now, In 1903, a German scientist called Schaudin had described tentatively a sporozoite going into red blood cell, and everybody thought that this is what happens, and that the parasites are actually in the red blood cells. They grow from the sporozoite in red blood cells very slowly until they give primary infection. That showed them that this was not the case. And because of this, they started thinking of what happens to the sporozoite. And that took a lot of work and thinking from the middle of the 1920s. This is 1924 when they did these experiments. So, because the quinine was not working, the Germans, who were very powerful chemists, went for a quest for antimalarials, and because of the First World War, they put a lot of effort, and then plasmokine appeared in 1926. That's the first synthetic antimalarial, atobin in 1932. In 1938, they discovered chloroquine, but they didn't realize it was that effective. They thought it was a bit toxic, so it left it to the Americans to actually develop it in the Second World War. And in the history of malaria, unfortunately, every time there is a war, World War I, World War II, the Vietnam War, there is a major war, new antimalarials appear. Vietnam gave us artesunate and mefloquine. Thank you, Nixon, and thank you, Ho Chi Minh. There you go. So, the fate of the sporozoite was mysterious, and the first person who proposed that it might be a tissue stage was Sidney Price James. The proposal came as one sentence in a letter he sent to a colleague of his in Holland. The idea that it went into a tissue phase was kind of quite novel, and many people were doubted whether there was nothing happening between day 0 and when the mosquito bites and the time of the thing buds. So in a series of experiments, the first one was done by Mark Boyd in Florida, and then by Michael Schurka in Romania, and finally quite extensively by Naman Heltenfey in 1947, was to actually have a person inoculated with mosquitoes and immediately take blood out from that person, and inoculate it into a naive person, and repeat that after half an hour, after a day, 2 days, 3 days, 4, 5 days. And these experiments, but this is kind of not the sort of thing you do today very easily, these experiments demonstrated that for Plasmodium falciparum it took 6 days before the parasites appear in the blood. There's nothing in the blood before then. And for Vivax it took 9 days, showing that there is a different time for the growth of the parasite between one and the other. The idea that there might be a tissue phase actually originated principally the first time that somebody described parasites in nucleated red blood cells, in reticulated and deleted red blood cells, was actually in Rio de Janeiro, not on Plasmodium relictum, a parasite of birds, but another hemoprotozoan of bird. It was Hemoproteus colombi, and there was Enrique de Boropé Aragão, who described that, published it in 1908, but people did not kind of impact that this might actually also occur for Plasmodium of humans. And it was only in 1934 and 35 that Misiroli on one side and then Kleihoff separately on the other side of the Atlantic discovered that for Plasmodium elongatum, another parasite of birds, that you actually do get red blood cells, you get parasites going into reticular endothelial cells, growing into them, and you can actually start an infection from these reticular endothelial cells. The person who developed these ideas the most was Giulio Raffaele, working again in Italy, and he, after a series of experiments, not only in birds but in humans, he has kind of come up with the concept that there must exist 2 types of merozoites. One that likes to go into red blood cells and another one that likes to go into tissues or into reticular endothelial cells. So it was the kind of hemotropic and histiotropic merozoites. That concept of these polymorphic merozoites went on for quite a few years and persisted. And the fact that the reticular endothelial infection is a matter of fact from Plasmodium parasites. Now, everybody was chasing the place where these cells were going to be, and there were many, many researchers who devoted a lot of time to try to find out where the sporozoite settles to grow. The people who won the race was Short and Garnham. Short had just come back from India to study, to head the London School Malariology. Garnham has just come back from Kenya at the same year in 1947 and worked with Short, and they're using a macaque fascicularis, a macaque from Southeast Asia, which they inoculated with about 1 million sporozoites intravenously, and then they took samples from the biopsies from the liver, and eventually for other animals they took from all the organs. The only place where they found parasites outside the red blood cells was in the liver. They described that as this is kind of January 1948, where they had a little note saying that is where the parasite of human parasites and of primate parasites first have that last, for the first cycle of their growth to make schizons that will release merozoites that will go to infect the red blood cells. In the same experiment and in the second article, within a few months, they also took a biopsy from that animal on day 140 days, I think, 120 days after they inoculated the sporozoites. And here they found a couple of, in the liver, a couple of fully grown schizons from P. cynomolgi. So they thought, aha, this is obviously what is giving the relapse, is the persistence of parasites in the liver. And they then had the hypothesis that they have is that there was a secondary exoerythrocytic cycle in which the sporozoites go into the liver, they produce, once the parasite develops, a lot of merozoites. Some of these merozoites, the histiotropic one potentially, go back to infect another hepatocyte, and then that will give rise to another wave of parasites at a later date. So this theory, which they put in, or hypothesis in 1948, was accepted by everybody, and was basically the theory that stayed in their head for many, many years. And I'll just kind of digress a little bit. The one problem about that theory that slowly emerged over the years was that of what was known as long latency Plasmodium vivax. Now, long latency Plasmodium vivax are vivax where you get inoculated in, let's say, October, and you only get the primary peak of infection, the first episode of infection, 7, 8, 9, 10 months later. Now, you might be surprised to learn that the first description and proposal that this occurred was published by Korteweg working in Amsterdam in 1901-02, and he deduced that there was long incubation period vivaxes by purely epidemiological observation. No PCR, no genotyping, no single cell studies. Purely by observing what's happening to people, noting it very carefully, he obtained proof, at least epidemiological proof, that in Holland at least these strains existed. The experimental proof for this only came 20 years later, a bit more than 20 years later, in 1926, when Swellengrebel and Schuffner, he of the Schuffner stippling, came back from Indonesia, which was Dutch East Indies, and they demonstrated that this is actually the case, because how they demonstrated this, they convinced themselves, Swellengrebel's wife and 2 of their colleagues, to get infected with mosquitoes that were fed on people who were infected in Amsterdam, and they got the infections in October, November, and December, and that they followed their own clinical study, their own clinical status all throughout, and the primary episodes occurred in the spring last time. So they demonstrated that these strains did exist and they were a fact of life, and proved that Korteweg had actually what he had said earlier was correct. Now this was a problem for the exoerythrocytic secondary cycle. It just didn't quite fit. Now, in the meantime, Garnham and his colleagues, and I think they were the only people who worked on this extensively, looked at the cynomolgi. So in 1948, they did cynomolgi of vivax and the liver stages. Falciparum came in 1951, 1953 P. ovale, 1967 I think it was P. malaria. Now let me tell you that these are the only observations done on these hepatic stages in man in vivo infected, not in cultured cells. We have very few observations of liver stages in vivo, except for cynomolgi, and maybe only cynomolgi. All the others are a one-off observation. And we deduce a lot of what people think is happening today from this single observation. We're very gullible sometimes. So, The staining, just before back to say, the staining techniques that they had at the time made it that you could never see the day 1, day 2, or day 3 hepatic stages. They only saw the ones when they were bigger. They were looking at it via a Giemsa staining, a special Giemsa staining, so it wasn't easy to see. Now, still the idea of the long term was exercising Ghanem, and with Percy Shute and colleagues at the London School, they came up with an experiment to try to kind of pin this down and to see where it is. The only reason they could do this is because the Russians had isolated a strain from a person who came to Moscow in 1953 from North Korea, and who had this, what they called a long incubation parasite. So there was the North Korean strain. So what they've done is that they've taken sporozoite from the North Korean strain, and they diluted the sporozoite, so they had 10,000, 1,000, 110, and they inoculated them into different people. A group of people had 10,000 sporozoites, and then they waited to see what happened. And this is the results that they had. They found that if you inoculate a lot of sporozoites from that strain, then everybody gets a primary infection very quickly. But if you infect very little, like 10 of them, everybody waits 300, 400 days before getting the primary infection. So they've repeated that study using the Chesson strain, which is a tropical strain, and here you had the opposite. If you gave very few sporozoites, they will get the primary peak and very long term. And if you give a lot of sporozoite, some people have a very long latent infection, a relapse at much later date. The idea was then that there were two types of sporozoites that genetically, inherently, probably a characteristic of each strain, one of which gives hypnozoites and one of which gives normal development. The Russians, Lysenko, published the year afterwards on theoretical grounds that there are two populations of parasites that are polymorphic. It was very kind of interesting to know that Lysenko did not quote this work, which was published a year before he did that. The publication was in Bulletin of the WHO, so scientific rivalry isn't dead yet and wasn't dead then. So, chasing that little early stages, what became an obsession with some people, in particular a person whose picture I can't get is Krotowski. Krotowski was very interested to know what an early parasite looked like, a day 01. They could do that now because they have developed IFAT, so the procedure of IFAT, they had antibodies that will light up the liver stages. So he convinced Percy Ghanem and people at the London School to collaborate with CDC and people. There's a rare collaboration between British and American CDC and the London School to convince them to do the work using Plasmodium cynomolgi. And in one of the first slides that they looked at, somebody spotted this kind of this single uninucleate form of the parasite, and that prompted them to kind of, over the next few years, to confirm that this is probably what is known as a hypnozoite. They gave it a term. It's a dormant liver stage, and they described it extensively in Plasmodium cynomolgi and demonstrated that it is responsible for the relapse. It's the one that's not susceptible to primaquine, etc. And therefore, studies has been done, and they looked also at the same time at other species, and they demonstrate them in Plasmodium ovale, in cynomolgi, in fieldi, in simi-ovale. There are a few other species which might make them, but nobody's done the work, like Plasmodium schwetzii or gondori, because all these parasites look similar to Plasmodium vivax. Now, whether that means anything or not, but in any case, the major studies have been done on Plasmodium cynomolgi. And after this work, funnily enough, nobody's ever got interested in looking at the hypnozoite or studying, probably because it requires the use of macaques or humans, and both of which were not very easy to do at the time. So this is the hypnozoite theory as we know today, and as everybody accepts. You have sporozoites that go in, some of them will not develop, and others will develop quickly, and those that don't develop will just kind of trickle out every now and then. They will get activated by some unknown mechanism. Now, Again, I said nobody was interested, not only not interested in hypnozoites, but from the 80s when I started to work until more the early 2000s, the word Plivivax was considered as, well, it's a little bit of a joke parasite. Nobody was interested in it because it was benign and was really unimportant. With the idea of to eliminate malaria, Vivax suddenly became an important parasite to think about, and the main reason it became important because, as you know, if you treat a person with falciparum correctly and you eradicate that infection, that's it. That infection is over. But if you treat a person, the blood stage of an infection, without adding primaquine for Vivax, then you know that that person is going to relapse at least a few times. And what many people don't realize is that many of the relapses that occur afterwards are actually asymptomatic. And in many cases, the relapses are associated with gametocytes, so the person becomes a carrier over a period of maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe 4 years. Nobody's really looked that long. And that means that you basically, the treatment is not reducing the reservoir, which means that the treatment for the elimination purposes is practically useless, although it's good for the person who gets treated. So, to come back to what do we really know about the hypnozoites? As I said, very little studies have done on hypnozoites. If you look at papers where the word hypnozoite as part of the study was done, I don't think you'll get more than 20 or 30 of these. These, from all the literature I can find, these are the only pictures of any hypnozoites. That means uninuclear, this is how they define them, a non-growing uninuclear form that has been found beyond day 20 or 30, because at the early days, sporozoites don't all grow and they invade at the same time. They are they have a spectrum. So if you take after 30 days, these are the only pictures. All of them have been seen in Plasmodium cynomolgi bassianelli, in Macaca mulata. I remind you that Macaca mulata is not the natural host, but that's the animal that they use. So these are the only ones that have been seen, that at least there have been pictures of, or people mentioned, and they mentioned we've seen 1 or 2 or a few. There is one funny picture where you can see the hypnozoite is actually binucleate. Now, does that mean that it started to divide then? It's very small to be starting to divide. So I don't know what that picture is, but what it represents. But this is a binucleate hypnozoite, which goes against the definition. That's it. This is everything we know about hypnozoites. The few articles that were published where people described very carefully in cynomolgi, and a few papers where they described the relapses where they looked at the hypnozoite. Of course, we know a lot more about relapse patterns in humans, but we don't know about why the relapse patterns are there, and I'll come back to that later. So, with the idea that now we are interested in Plivivax, many institutions and many people were interested to try to get new drugs to replace primaquine. So they roped in Dominique Mazier, who is a specialist in liver stages, in growing liver stages in vitro, having succeeded doing it with falciparum, and then Vivax, and then Ovale. They asked Clemens Kocken to provide her with sporozoites from Plasmodium cynomolgi, and in her lab they developed a procedure that would allow the hepatocytes to be kept for an extended period of time. Now, primary human hepatocytes, if you put them in culture, by the time there's 2 weeks, then most of them are either unwell or dead, or they've disrupted. In Dominique's lab, they managed to keep this up to day 40, where the hepatocytes were relatively in good health. By doing that, using Plasmodium cynomolgi, they found that there are many days afterwards, day 21, day 30, day 40, still parasite forms that are uninucleate that are there. And by removing the growing parasite with atovaquone, which kills growing parasites but not hypnozoites, then they demonstrated that you can actually have parasites that actually persist for 30 or 40 days and then activate to develop. Now, this was called hypnozoite. That's why I put in inverted comma, because this is in culture, and whether that hypnozoite is a true hypnozoite or not, we could not keep the culture for 3 months to see whether they actually persist for that long. And therefore, the question arises, and is still in my head, are the in vitro hypnozoites that we observe, these little single dot forms that we observe, are they real hypnozoites, or are some of them real hypnozoites and others, well, artifacts or just parasites that are not going to grow in any case, or that they grow a little bit slower than others? because many of them are, many at day 6 or day 8, call it day 10 of culture, you find a lot of these forms in the cultures. To make things better, in Seattle, Stefan Kappe and colleague developed a mouse model in which they've engrafted human liver cells, inoculated it with Vivax, and they observed a growing parasite, a growing schizont on day 21. So our observation of growing schizonts late in the, beyond day 20 is 1 in the mouse, which is a very nice piece of work, and a few parasites observed by Dominique Mazier and her team on day 30 and day 40. The cycle in the mouse was done for falciparum, was completed. We also observed Ovalia and Vivax on day 21 to be there in the mouse. So the mouse is a good model for this kind of, if one wants to look at it, not in a culture, but in a kind of ex vivo, in vivo, if you see what I mean. You take the ex vivo liver, put it back in vivo in the mouse. Now, laboratory models have limitations. This is what we get when you get infected with a relapsing parasite. You get infected, and many months afterwards, you get 1, 2, many infections. This is what happens when you do it in vitro or in vivo. Within a month, you really are, either your culture is dead, or your mice are not going to survive much longer, or you can't keep them that longer. I don't know how long they manage to keep the mice, because the liver cells in the mouse eventually do not necessarily form another liver. In culture, the vast majority of studies that have been done, people stop the culture on day 10, because let's face it, try to keeping the culture to day 40 is really hard work, and many times, maybe 2 times out of 5 it doesn't work, if not 4 times out of 5, the culture dies or gets contaminated. It's very easy to lose a hepatic culture. So for short-term maintenance, and if you want to kind of have a look to see what the parasite looks like, they're very good. For drug screening, at least a preliminary drug screening, I think it's very good, because if you can get rid of these uninuclear forms, it'll give you an idea that they might be good as a drug, but it doesn't mean that they will be good as a drug until you put them either in a human or into a macaque. And for the mice, again, they're expensive. And the parasites, at least in culture, are really not in an environment which is very similar to the environment of the hepatocyte and the liver. And how the liver behaves during an infection is not the same as how liver cells behave in culture. So people who work on culture would kind of try to tell them all the time again, please think that maybe your conclusion does not apply in the same way to a hypnozoite in situ. So, if you're going to do the work also, you can only use P. vivax or P. cynomolgi. Now, as you know, P. vivax is not every day that you can go in any lab to get sporozoites. There may be 3 or 4 places in the world, one of them in Manaus, where you can get P. vivax sporozoites. But each time you get sporozoites, they're from a different strain, and we don't know, what the characteristic of that strain is. P. cynomolgi, you have a regular supply, you have defined lines, which you can use all the time, but macaques are more expensive than humans. So, people thought maybe the idea of using humans as in controlled experimentation is not new. It has been done a long time, and in the 1930s and 40s and 50s, there were lots of observations on humans naturally infected with parasites, experimentally infected, I should say, with mosquitoes or with blood, and followed for extensive periods of time. I'm not going to go into the history of this, but he's an example of something that was done, I think, in the 50s, with a person infected with Plasmodium falciparum and untreated, and as you can see, followed for 200 days. You can see the logarithmic curve. He was ill. Only way you see these black bars are the days where there was clinical signs. So it's not, fortunately, it was not a very dangerous one for him. But as you can see, parasites were persisting for 200 days, and the observations were made. And that little mark that you can see down in the middle is when he was re-inoculated with another strain. So, the extensive observations. Today, controlled human malaria infections have become possible again, and they've been used a lot. Since the 70s, the people who have first used them were, in a sense, to test for sporozoite vaccines as a challenge. And then Alan Soul in the 1990s developed the idea of putting the infected red blood cells into people, infect them with the erythrocytic stages, and now there is quite a few centers where this is done, and this is kind of giving very much interesting data. However, there is one problem with this. This is what you're restricted to. You know, by the time the person starts having symptoms, you have to treat. You cannot observe a person either untreated or even if treated for that length of time. It is not easy or ethically possible to wait for a person to develop a chronic infection to see what happens. So we are restricted to the few days, maybe a week and a half after the inoculation of the parasite, whether it's the sporozoite or whether it is the blood stages. That's the model. That's the only model we have today in which we can do proper biological experimentation. Either Macaca mulata, I know it's not the natural host, but it's good, or Macaca fascicularis, in which you can actually infect, follow them on, and because they are experimental animals, eventually when they have to be euthanized, you can collect samples, you can take biopsies during the infection, you can treat them differently, you can alter the infection, you can re-inoculate them with something else, you can actually ask biological questions and look to see what is happening with respect to relapses and hypnozoites or liver stages, because you can kind of, you can manipulate the system far better than you could when people used to do that in humans. Now, the other thing that I want to say is that not everything we think we know about relapses is necessarily correct. For instance, there is this idea from the cold vac days, but it's now that there are separate strains in the parasites. Those that are in the cold terms give you these kind of long term, you get inoculated, and much later, it takes 8 months, the long latency. Indeed, the Russians have called them Plasmodium vivax hibernans. The Chinese rediscovered them in the 1960s, called them Plasmodium vivax multinucleatum. I don't know whether they're the same because we don't have the strains. Then there are the warm weather ones, the kind of temperate warm weathers that kind of either do long or can do also little ones. Or there's the Chesson strain, which has been used a lot, which relapses every 15 or 21 days for the first 2 or 3 months. Okay? Now, the thing is, the strains that you can see here, Chesson, St. Elizabeth, Madagascar, North Indian, very little, and the North Korean are the only strains that have been studied properly. No other strains have been studied to the relapse pattern. So the idea that you can either have, in the north of Europe, you get the northern type, and in Thailand or Papua New Guinea, you get the Chesson type, well, you do get them. But who says that you can only get them in these places? Who says that you don't have these North European-style parasites that occur in the Amazon? Is there any reason why it shouldn't be the case? They can get transmitted by mosquitoes from different types of mosquitoes. There's no reason to suggest that they're geographically restricted, which will make life a bit more difficult because that means you have a mix of relapse patterns in there. Plus, we don't know whether they are purely genetically determined, and we certainly don't know whether you can cross between a line so that the progeny of the cross will have a relapse pattern which is a mixture of both of parental ones. There hasn't never been but there's one mixed infection done with a temperate and a warm and cold that was done in Russia, published in 59 or something long time, and they said they coexist together, but that's about it. They could not do at the time any follow-up. So we don't know what's happening, but I suspect parasites of all shapes and sizes and characteristics exist everywhere, at least in the tropics, not only one. The other problem we have because of Vivax is clinical drug trials and monitoring for drug resistance. Now, as you know, if you have a recurrence, you don't know in an endemic area, you don't know whether that recurrence is due to a new infection or recrudescence, in other words, a drug failure. And therefore, the PCR genotyping has been done, where you look at you compare the two admission and recurrence populations. If they're genetically very different, for falciparum, you say this is a new infection, and therefore the treatment has worked. And if they're exactly the same or very similar, then you say this is a treatment failure, and you stop using that drug if you're clever. Now, the problem with Plasmodium vivax is that you have relapses. Now, relapses make life difficult. In a study we've done with people from the Mahidol Hospital for Tropical Diseases and the Wellcome Center over there, we've looked at samples of people who came to the hospital where there was no further transmission, and they followed up after treatment of an episode and found out what the relapses are. And we analyzed the admission and relapse samples from samples. I mean, we're talking about 150 samples, not 6 or 7. So many samples from Thailand, from Myanmar, and from Bangladesh. Now, in all of these are not, maybe Bangladesh is in an area of higher endemicity. The ones from Thailand are not coming from areas of hyper-endemicity. 72% of the relapses that we observed, and sometimes they were consecutive relapses, were not of the same genotype as the day 0. Okay? That's 72%. Now, this means that if you're going to apply the same mentality as we did for falciparum, well, 72% are treatment failures, but they're not treatment failures because the relapse is obviously coming. It hasn't been treated by the drug that is killing the blood stages. So that is a problem. Many people have tried many things to try to kind of put algorithms or genotyping or high powerful sequencing to resolve that problem. Good luck to them. I don't think it works very well. Because if you consider what happens in an area where the 2 transmission season, and I assume that there were only 3 infective bites in that person, and then 6 months later or 9 months later, 3 infective bites, this is what might be happening. This is what the person will be as episodes, not necessarily all clinical episodes, but these are the blood episodes that you might be able to see in the person. So if you take that as an example and just pick areas where if you, by luck, have recruited your person on, you know, in the first square, you recruited that person and you treated. So I'll try to use this thing, it's not easy. So in that particular, that's easy, not easy. Never mind. If you take the first one, and you do the genotyping, then you will say that this is a heterologous, it should be a homologous relapse in this case, my mistake. Homologous relapse, the same as this one. Whereas if you do the another case, I think that the coloring has gone a bit funny. If you do it this one, the relapse is heterologous. If you do it in this one, the relapse is homologous. Therefore, depending on which episode you're looking at, you don't know whether the one after it is a true recrudescence or whether it's a relapse or whether it's a true recrudescence as a treatment failure. And remember, many of you cases that you admit in hospital and recruit in your studies might actually be relapse cases and not primary infections. I think people always assume that if a person comes to the hospital, that's in endemic areas, that is a primary infection. This is not the case. People do recrudesce regularly, even for falciparum. So this, for me, is going to be a problem because monitoring for drug resistance for Vivax is not going to be simple. It's doable. Now, the final part of the talk, only a couple of slides, I have 6 minutes, so hopefully it's quick, is the idea, why have people swapped, and people do that, scientists, politicians, they go from one dogma and then something new appears and they abandon the old one and have a new one. So the reticular endothelial infection hypothesis came up and saying that there is exoerythrocytic replication and that there are merozoites, there's plasticity, histiotropic and hemotropic. The second Garnham discovered and Shaw discovered the hepatic stage. They abandoned the reticular endothelial theory because it's now the hepatocyte and only the hepatocyte. Now replication is the hepatocyte. They maintained the merozoite plasticity part of it because that's the only way they could explain the relapses after 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or 2, 3 months, 6 months, etc. When they discovered the hypnozoite, they abandoned the secondary exothelitic hypothesis. They removed the idea of this evolved the merozoite plasticity, and now they brought in sporozoite plasticity in its place because that's the studies of shoot by the inoculated, diluted parasites. So this is where we stand now. Where we right, or is the community right to think that one dogma appears or one hypothesis appears, it should completely replace the other one? I don't think so. And the reason I don't think so is because over the years, you can have some papers, maybe only one, where you observe things that you're not supposed to observe. For instance, Irene Landau observed in mice, in Thamnomis, the natural host of rodent malaria, kept 6 months in a laboratory in Paris without reinfection. They observed hepatic stages that were growing there. We all know that mice don't have hypnozoites. So where are these hepatic stages coming from? It wasn't pursued. Sporozoites don't necessarily go to the liver in a day, in a kind of 10, 15 minutes, 30 minutes. People have observed sporozoite in the lymphatic nodes a day after inoculation. That's that picture. That picture is from 1937, not from 2007. But Fotinicinis and her group showed that actually P. oili sporozoites can linger on before going to the liver for at least a day after the mosquito has bitten. Finally, Robert Menard and his people have shown that you can actually get sporozoites that develop into cells into the skin to generate what looks like normal schizons, hepatic schizons. They're not hepatic schizons, but they're schizons derived from a sporozoites. Therefore, there is a possibility, and in biology a possibility means that if it occurs once, it might occur often, although we don't know, that actually parasites, Plasmodium, have both hypnozoites, and in some cases they might have, under certain circumstances or commonly, a secondary exoerythrocytic cycle, which might take place in the liver, but it might also take place in other reticular endothelial cells. And that idea of other reticular endothelial cells is not novel, because if you read the papers from the 1890s till the 1950s, everybody knew that parasites, blood stage parasites, accumulate in the bone marrow, in the spleen, accumulate, not get removed, and in the liver. Of course, not many studies have been done on this, because bone marrow, they've tried, but it's difficult to get bone marrow, and the technology in the 1920s, 30s, and 40s wasn't that good. The spleen was never really studied with respect to malaria, because puncturing the spleen, which used to be done before, but is still considered as a difficult procedure, especially when the spleen is enlarged, sorry, here. And the liver, well, you don't biopsy a liver for nothing. So it hasn't been done. In the 70s and 80s, that was completely forgotten. It's falciparum that is the important one. Falciparum sequesters in order to avoid the spleen, so therefore the spleen became the kind of the nemesis of the parasite. Well, maybe it is. Now, again, some observations were done during the years to show that maybe the reticular endothelial niche is still a useful niche. For instance, Irene Landau found out these kind of structures with merozoites that look perfectly happy and healthy in the spleen of infected rodents with rodent Plasmodium. Vivax, I think, was seen in polychromatophilic erythroblasts, in dendritic cells. There have been growth of parasites which apparently are viable. Benoit Malray and colleague found that P. vivax will preferentially invade CD71 reticulocytes, which by definition are reticulocytes that are resident into the bone marrow. And indeed, Obaldia et al. Using vivax in a monkey showed that you can actually find a lot of gametocytes and some parasites in the bone marrow of infected, I think it was Cymeri monkeys, that they were using as a model. Therefore, the idea now is that these might be niches, and the kind of killer, the nail in the coffin of the spleen or the non-existence of reticular endothelium came with the observations of Stefan Kauer and al. From Nick Anstey's group of parasites in the spleen of people who have chronic malaria and where the spleen was taken out because they had an accident or for other reasons, but they did not come in with malaria. They had a chronic malaria was there. In many cases only detected by PCR, and when they analyzed the amount of malaria there was in the spleen compared to the amount that was circulating, for Plasmodium falciparum is about 200 times more in the spleen than in the blood. For Plasmodium vivax, in some cases, it was up to 10,000 times more in the spleen, resident, alive, having the cycle in the spleen compared to what is circulating. And as a biomass, actually what was in the blood was a tiny amount. The vast majority of the biomass was in the spleen. Now this is, as Ivo Müller said a few days ago, it's still percolating down the brains and the kind of perceptions of malariologists. But this might well be the reservoirs for malaria parasite. Now we don't know when parasites are in these niches, whether they are equally susceptible, A, to immune attack, that is happening in periphery, or to the drugs, because I don't know what the environment, I personally don't know, somebody might do, what the environment is in the spleen or in the bone marrow with respect to, I don't know, the primaquine, for instance. Does it kind of metabolize the same way? Did it metabolize? We don't, I don't know. Maybe it's just a silly question. Silly questions are good sometimes. So, I will end up by saying that one shouldn't despair. P. vivax has been eliminated from the whole of North Europe without the help of primaquine, and it just disappeared to a certain extent naturally. When I say naturally, people did do something to kind of to avoid, to reduce it. They treated with quinine, they helped reduce the man-mosquito contact, etc. But it could disappear. And Italy was hyper-endemic for Plasmodium. You know, it's as hyper-endemic as part of seasonally hyper-endemic as parts of Africa. So it could get rid of, the same as Spain, the same Portugal, the same with Greece. So you can do that. And a friend of mine, Kevin Baird, says, you're going to show me, he said one day, the best vaccine against malaria. And the best vaccine against malaria is the one on this side. It's a tarmac trode. Now, the reason why it's the best vaccine against malaria, and I would suggest this is the best control measure against malaria, is because a tarmac trode immediately implies access. If you have access, that means that your health people can access to you. It means that the drugs can access the people. And it means that whatever other measures that you do. But having a tarmac road also implies that the government is relatively well off economically. And I mean the tarmac road should go everywhere in the country, not only city A and city B, and that's it. And that hopefully the government is also distributing the money equitably. And if you do that, then I think that it'll make all the tools that the WHO and others will work much, much more efficiently than without the access. Because as you can see, trying to access people on a road like this half the year means that these people are not going to be access to. So tarmac the roads and solve malaria. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot, George. That was a fantastic talk.
Thank you.
We don't have much time, and it's not predicted to have questions, but I'm sure by the coffee break we're going to have lots of questions. I love the bone marrow part. Eu não combinei com George isso não, hein, pessoal? But I love that hypothesis.
I'm sure you do.
Thanks a lot, George. Thanks a lot.
Pleasure. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos aos pesquisadores que participaram desta mini-conferência e pedimos, por gentileza, que possam voltar ao palco para o registro oficial. Por gentileza. Isso, para o registro oficial. Informamos a todos os conferencistas que a lista de frequência está disponível no credenciamento. Informamos que, neste momento, faremos um breve intervalo para o brunch e retornamos em 20 minutos. Até daqui a pouco.
Here's our Adidas in the last day of the 17th National Meeting of Research in Malaria. We will begin the ceremony to hand over the medals. Ruth Rosenweig. Through this, we profess the professor and researcher of the CEPIN Tropical Medicine Institute in Porto Velho, Rondônia, the Tropical Medical Institute. A round of applause to speak now and announce the winner of the 17th. We have the award. Good afternoon. We're arriving at the end, this moment in the Ruth Rosenweig medal. Rosenweig is a very important moment for the scientific community. The Malaria Scientific Committee, talking recently with Mauro recently, he said that it was established in 2002 for the first time in the 8th meeting of Malaria National Meeting of Malaria Researchers in 2012. So in Rondônia. So that was a long time ago. And so since then, it's been a very hotly contested and sought after medal or award. The last is Ruth Rosenweig was inspiration to many women and to many researchers. She's been a source of inspiration for many of us. And many of the winners have been women. This is very important, that science grow and grow in a way that is equivalent, that we can have representative from all sides. So I won't prolong myself. Everybody's anxious, those who are competing. It's an important moment. So I'd like to thank the word. We've kept this in silent, in secret, so that the person can make their judge, analyze each candidate. The candidates were, it's getting harder and harder to choose between the candidates. It's a very much more difficult work for the judge, the committee. So we see the evolution of Brazilian science, especially in terms of malaria. So with no further delay, I would like to invite here to receive her award and to a notebook as award, Jamili Mondrovsky. At this moment, the 17th NMVIM will be the stage for an honor to researchers who have dedicated their time and contribute to fighting malaria in Brazil. And to receive the medals, we invite Mr. Marcos Boldas, Mr. Hedja Casapara Costa, Ms. Marizinete Marin Povoa, Mr. Antonio Rafael da Silva, Dr. José Lázaro de Ladislau, Mr. Mauro Sugiro Tara, we'll also be honoring the researcher Pedro Luis Taui, who was not able to be here at this minute. Mr. Carlos Eduardo Cota will receive in his place. So round of applause for Dr. Pedro Luis. To deliver the medals and awards, honors, we invite the professor in Porto Velho, Honduras, Daniel Batista Pereira from the Tropical Medical Center. I also invite, please, researcher from Dioki, from FIOCRUZ and Resonator, President of Honor on the distance, Mr. Cláudio Tadeu Ribeiro. Our in technical sense, supervisors are Mr. Gisele Rashid Viana. This match. This moment, ladies and gentlemen, we will now the very long-awaited moments for young students and students in malaria studies that are young. The 17th RNVM will now announce the best oral paperworks and posters presented at the event and chosen by the Scientific Commission for the event. And for this moment, we invite professor and researcher from Center for Research in Tropical Medicine, CPA Portobello. I also invite the researcher emeritus from the Chagas Institute, Mr. Marinette Maris-Bovan. A round of applause. Oh, sorry, excuse me, we had a little change on the programming. In fact, we will continue with the delivery of the medals and honors. And at the end, we'll have the delivery of the awards for the posters and the oral presentations, all right? So, since we called the first, I will then honor Mauro Sugirotada. You can stay there, Mauro. When we thought about Mauro and how we were going to honor him, in fact, I share my room with Mauro's room. Our office has been 22 years, so I said, I'm going to have to do this. And then I started talking with a colleague of ours, Juan Miguel Villalobos Salcedo, for those who know him. And he said, no, I've been here longer and I live next door to him. So Mauro, here, this is a message from your friend, Juan Miguel Villalobos Salcedo. I learned of the existence of Mauro in Sugiro, and it's more than 34 years ago. In 1990, I arrived in Brazil, and I went to spend a year on training a program with Professor Aloysio Farkas and the UFM and Uberaba. And then for the first time, I learned there was a person they called Mauro Sugiro. It's very clear to the whole class that we're beginning the course that in tropical medicine in August that year that Sugiro was very important, to the point of delay by a week the beginning of the course, just waiting for his arrival. The other bit of news was a comment that was circulating of where Mauro would be to spend so long to arrive in Uberaba. The other surprise was that he was coming from a remote place called Costa Marques, very far away and with few alternatives for travel. From that point on, our friendship has lasted for these 34 years. We ended the course together, and I moved to Brasilia for the purpose of beginning the Masters in Tropical Medicine at UNB. Mauro spent another year in Uberaba and joined the Master's program a year later. We shared together a full year at UNB. He was very beloved in the Tropical Medicine Center. Professor Felix Mazdam, of fond memory, a giant in leishmaniasis in Brazil, was his best man of Mauro and Iracema, his dear wife, for more than 40 years. I remember that the only student in the master's program with a car was Sugiro. All the other scholarship students and for the CNPq, we basically had our money counted out, but we would agree to a Big Mac once a month, always on the payday for the scholarship. And in the midst of it, we decided to do a dissertation on the topic of malaria. And that's when we sealed our friendship, since Mauro was my advisor and sent me to work in Rondônia, a state which he already knew and had worked in previously. And that way, The arrival in Porto Velho happened 1 year after that, and since then, we've had the privilege of working alongside him and developing research in tropical medicine in the state of Rondônia. This was how Mauro created CEPEM and Porto Velho Center for Research in Tropical Medicine, which had already been created by him, even in Costa Marques. In fact, they just changed addresses. We received in 1994, we received this new CEPEM, illustrious Professor Luisa de Pereira da Silva, who was coming to Brazil directly from the Pasteur Institute in Paris. Time passed, and the evolution of research gained a new level with Professor Vibrando. He was my advisor in my doctoral thesis and Mauro's doctoral thesis as well. I had the honor of being part of the Defense Committee. We bought our houses next to each other in a condominium near the hospital where we've lived side by side for more than 25 years. And this period, they created the Institute for Tropical Disease, Itapato, a private entity without not-for-profit, which has helped us to manage all the funds from research because of the efforts Professor Dobrando and the researchers from the Institute. FIOCRUZ has opened up an office in Rondônia and incorporated a large number of the professors. When Professor Dobrando left us, Sugiro took over the position of director that he's held up until now. It's been more than 30 years of research in tropical medicine, especially in malaria. Participated in notable works in epidemiology and the state of Rondônia, and he's still continuing in this to eliminate transmission of residual malaria that we still have. What can you say of my friend Mauro? He's a person who is very easy to like. He's a born researcher, a committed doctor committed to his patients, an exemplary husband and an exceptional father. He always likes to listen to Roberto Carlos, an amigo in Spanish. That was how I learned it before coming to Brazil. And it echoes that phrase at the beginning that I always wanted to tell someone, and now that fits completely with you, dear Mauro. You were my soul brother, really the friend that in every path and journey is always with me. This is more than 30 years. Congratulations, my friend, for this fair and just award and honor. Now, please, I invite a researcher from FIOCRUZ Moderator and honorary president of the 17th annual PIM, Dr. Cláudio Tadeu Daniel-Ribeiro. A round of applause. I will give to the three of the honorees, and I would like to start with my friend Carlos Eduardo Costa da Silva, to say that he has a solid training in the major areas of tropical medicine, immunology, which harmonize his knowledge of excellence with an approach, innovative approaches in medicine. As a researcher and professor emeritus at the University of Brasilia, Carlos Eduardo Costa da Silva established 3 research labs in immunology, where he developed studies particularly expand the understanding of the immunological interactions and the response to the bodies to infections, especially malaria. His innovative concepts, his experience has led to the training of more than 5,000 doctors and orienting dozens of doctors to contribute to a new generation of professionals who fight malaria and other tropical diseases with scientific rigor and especially a humanitarian vision. His innovative concepts enrich the vast dimension on scientific research in malaria, promoting a deeper understanding of the dynamics of the disease and its interactions with the immunological system. Beyond that, it's important to note his commitment to social medicine with direct impact on neglected populations, reflecting not only his technical knowledge, but also his deep love and reverence for life, and expanding the objectives of global health and eliminating malaria in the Americas. Professor Tosters. I will now give the prize also to Professor Carlos Eduardo. To him, to Professor Pedro Tawil, Dr. Pedro Luis Tawil, we would like to express our sincere recognition for your trajectory and for the important contributions that you have provided in fighting malaria in Brazil, your solid history of working in the health sector, especially in the Ministry of Health, institutions, as Director of Division in Health and coordinating health in the Amazon, and later on as General Director of the Department for Eradication and Control of Diseases, are vital roles in formulating and implementation of policies for malaria control and other endemic diseases in the Amazon region, and significantly contributing to management and control of these diseases. In academia, he's worked in teaching and promoting the training of new generations of professionals and disseminating knowledge on epidemiology and tropical diseases. Additionally, you are also recognized for your contributions in research and leadership in the Brazilian Society for Tropical Medicine that you provided for 2003 to 2004. You're with emphasis on collective health, and their methodology has strengthened the struggle against malaria and other tropical diseases, making you a reference in the world of the global health world. This is our dear Dean, Dr. Pedro Luis Tawil, Emeritus Professor of the University of Brasilia. Now I will deliver the award to my dear friend, Professor Dr. Marcos Bolos. It's with a great honor that we give the words, direct our words to here, to whom we would like to express our sincere recognition for your history and the important contributions that you have provided in fighting malaria in Brazil. Working as director of the College of Medicine of the University of São Paulo and director of the Clinical Hospital, as title or professor of infectious and parasitological diseases, important to note your commitment with education and training of new generations of health professionals. Your experience as superintendent of the endemism control system illustrates your capacity for leadership and carrying out policies for disease control and your importance in actions for public health. As an advisor for the Coordination for Control of Disease for the Secretary of State of Health in São Paulo, you have an unequaled role in implanting public health strategies with a focus on malaria and other tropical diseases. Your integrated approach and evidence-based approach, allied to your vast experience in the area of infectious diseases and parasite diseases, strengthened the control and elimination of malaria in the Americas. Besides your clinical and administrative practice, you are recognized for your research in malaria and other infectious diseases, notably in the area of therapeutics and clinical contributions contributing to the advance of scientific knowledge and dissemination of crucial information, vital information for global health. Your work has directly impacted the guidelines in fighting malaria and promoted actions that do not seek just to control, but the elimination of this disease. Thank you very much, Marcos.
But they're committed, and above all, a heart that pulses for public health and a broad vision that goes from malaria up to the assessment of the malarian potential in Amazonian areas. Dr. Marinetti Povera has been guiding research that transcend barriers and impact directly in the public policies formation and strategies for elimination. Today, we celebrate not only what she's done, but also what you have in every step of your beautiful journey. Your work is a testimony of the great transforming power of science. So therefore, you are a great source of inspiration for all of us. Thank you so much. Oh, it's good because we cry and get emotional all at the same time. I would like to continue talking a little bit about the history of Dr. Antonio Rafael da Silva, to who I also had this privilege to live a few decades working. It's a big network of assessment of the resistance to the anti-malarials and the Amazonian initiative. And since then, it's also following our history. And this moment in the 17th meeting is one of our honored to follow a little bit of his history. We would also like to mention our admiration and in the state of Maranhão, his role as a professor, the simple transmission of knowledge was transcended. He has raised a number of doctors and researchers with the commitment, spirit, and empathy which are essential to the practice of medicine. As always, he reminds us of Professor Dr. Carlos Eduardo Tosta da Silva, the source of reference of parasitary diseases in the Federal University of Maranhão. Dr. Antonio Rafael da Silva has transformed the epidemiology field, diagnosis and treatment of malaria, leveraging also the fighting of tropical diseases as leishmaniasis. Their contributions has been helping in public policies, preparing these professionals for facing the challenges that in our communities we also go through to this day. It's also important to mention his active presence in the scientific community as the Brazilian Society for the Progress of Science and also the Tropical Medicine Society and the Technical Committee for the National Program of Malaria Control from the Ministry of Health, which also has a great sense of responsibility and dedication for these causes. Besides that, his passion for literature manifested in his contributions in the Academy, Vitoriense Academy and Arariense Academy is a great extension of his essence. As a president, you have not only been promoting the experience, but also the culture, showing that knowledge is really multidimensional and that words have the capacity to heal as much as science. Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Antonio Rafael da Silva, for showing us that science with passion should walk together side by side, and consequently for also being a lighthouse in our careers. For all this, you are another one of our honored in the 17th Research for Malaria meeting. Very affectious words. Well, I would now like to invite Dr. Sheila Rodovalli for our honoring to Dr. José Lázaro de Brito Ladislau. Once again, surprise. Dr. Ladislau, this is a big emotion to honor you because I'm only here today because of you. You were the one who believed me, a person that didn't know anything about malaria. I sent you an email and you believed me. I really appreciate it, and I'd like to read this text. I would like then to honor Dr. José Lázaro de Brito Ladislau in a panorama that's filled with challenges. Your contribution fighting malaria in Brazil has transcended the goals, the strategic goals. Since the year of 2000, your leadership facing the general coordination of the National Program for Controlling Malaria from the Ministry of Health in Brazil has been set with a passion and determination with the struggle against this disease. You not only coordinating the collective efforts fighting malaria, but sought tirelessly the excellence in the operational deliveries for the most affected populations. Besides that, acting as a representative in Brazil in the Administrative Council of Fallback Malaria in Geneva in 2008 reflects a international knowledge history, leading the voice of our country to the highest spheres of the debate about the public health. Your actions show in a clear way the power that synergy between research and service can have and have more effective results and more sustainable results. Thank you, Mr. José Lázaro de Brito Ladislau, for your tiredness, untiring fight about accessible health, and that made possible the process of elimination of malaria in Brazil. And at this moment, we have the official registration of our honored. Please, our official picture. Once again, let's clap our hands. A round of applause for all the honored. Please, Dr. Carlos Eduardo Costa would like to use his words. I really appreciate President Gisele for this opportunity. She gave me a few minutes for a message, especially for young researchers. It is actually a historic statement. I would like to tell you what it would be doing research and immunology of malaria in the 60s, in the last century and last millennia. So that means 60 years ago. So the context was 1964. The context was the Carlos Chagas in the Infectious Disease Department for the Federal Agency of Rio de Janeiro. I have my first lab there. And we have two words to represent this time, which is loneliness. And loneliness because nobody at this point in Brazil did research in malaria. So we didn't have anyone to guide us or exchange ideas, and the foreigner researchers, we had to communicate with them through letters. And then 10 years later, we had this Antonio Necreto's group in NHU, and a few more years in the 70s, Dr. Cláudio Ribeiro in the Oswaldo Cruz Institute. So loneliness, we didn't have anyone to talk. And the second one is we were wishing for knowledge. It's been 100 years of evolution, but it was still happening. Immunology back then was basically chemical immunology and antigen antibodies, and we would say that maybe the lymphocytes would have anything in immunity because then we would have a moment of lymphocytes, but maybe that was a maybe. So there was a lack of information, very little publication, scientific publication, so that we were able to have bibliographic research. We would go to the library of Oswaldo Cruz, took 2 buses. We have many of immunology. We would have photocopies and have a publication called Current Content, which was on every 15 days. And we had the most recent scientific publications. We would ask um, the mail service, we sealed, sent to the author, and then half of the authors would send us the information. So we didn't have a lot of bibliographic material in labs. Well, we didn't have any labs. We had to do and build this lab or from a microscope, fluorescent microscope. The first one in Brazil we received in the pavilion, and then from then on we started having this work done. So that's a technical. There was no technical. The first technical on the third lab I installed in the Brasilia University. We had a Guarani indigenous person, really smart, very curious. I trained this guy for a technician. He was my first technician. And 2 years later, we published this transaction to Royal Society in 74 because he didn't have a last name. His name is Nicolau Filho, and his reference, it was Tostain Filho, even though he was not my child. So we didn't have any technicians. We didn't have any reagents. We had to prepare. We had a work that showed the antibodies complex for immunocomplex for antibodies in infected mice, and I had to prepare antibodies and immunoglobulin of rats, and we would also have to purify it would take weeks or months for one reagent. I had 2 hepatitis by contamination with material back then. We didn't have any isogenic lineages of rats or the first time we had a colleague working with oncology, who brought he had rats coming from Amsterdam, and I had one which we didn't have here, and you won't believe we didn't have any computers, we didn't have any internet, we didn't have any cell phones. So this is something amazing. So just to finish, in my opinion, after 60 years of history, this is what a good researchers need. First of all, motivation. Having research done with a hard work and highly paying back, especially when we have malaria for the populations, and this is a very big motivation for all of us. Secondly, the will to be in this path and also creativity to overcome the difficulties. And finally, my message for the young researchers here present is
When you face difficulties, remember that this has been much worse in the past. Thank you very much to everyone, and thank you very much for Gisele. Our thank you, warm thanks for Dr. Cássio Duquata, and we ask for please for our honorees come take your place to your spaces, back to your places again in our auditorium. Now will be the highly expected moment by students and young researchers in malaria studies. The 17th hour NPM will now hold and announce the best paid works, oral and posters presented at the event and chosen by the scientific committee of the event. And to this purpose, we have the presence of professor and researcher from Center of Research in Tropical Medicine, CPN, Pedro Pachista Pereira, and the researcher Emeritus Studies from Evan Chagas, Maneche. Au revoir. A round of applause. The coordinating committee. So then thank you for the scientific control of Maneche Padilha, Tânia Chaves. Yeah, we're just calling attention because sometimes Daniel was working a lot here, but for this, we want to start by talking that it's so important in this moment of posters and presentations. And we had a bit more than 160 papers to choose from, and of these we chose 10 to present orally. So it was a huge challenge to prepare. This shows we saw the great quality of the work, innovation, and this meant our work very difficult for several months. And then we selected these 10, and we will leave them to the end. We'll talk about the posters. Another very interesting point is that you did a work that, and now it's extremely critical in science to know how to disseminate the word, to get the word out, to know how to present, how to explain what we do. So then this meeting looks very much at that, for you to have the opportunity to present. It was very difficult to share into 10 points for presentation, both so many works, and so you had to tolerate several hours later, after you ended the presentations. A lot of people so we did this to give an opportunity to present to someone to be able to evaluate. It's not going to be, in some way, it's more like your experience. It's not so for you to experience something that you're going to be the rest of your life doing, to being evaluated by your peers, evaluating other peers, writing grants or funding, and see how you present this after your results. So we have this award that's almost symbolic. It's very difficult to separate and say, no, these three are the best, because there were many, many papers. And so I would like feel yourselves more honored for the opportunity to present, and even more because the opportunity to live, to work together, and it's partying is a time when do these national meetings that are national meetings. Sometimes I'm not even to watch some sessions, but that the talks we have around the tables, these last our whole life. So a lot of things that we have today that you're presenting started 20 ago, and many times sometimes we meet each other in the corridors, in the halls, and this is continuing until now. So then great. So let's start the award, the poster award. We'll start with the third place. It's the work early prescripted membrane proteins of Christopher Brian da Silva Gomes. Is he here? Is he here? If someone from his group here would like to receive the medal. Okay. So let's go to second place in the presentation of our posters. There's work to effects of a blood meal and the infectivity of Plasmodium viridix in an office dialogy colonized in Anacolino. Presenter. Come on up to get your award. In first place in the presentation of the poster award, VFAX. Hernani Chagas. Afterward, thank you for the opportunity for the award. I'm from the Laboratory of Molecular Biology in the Falsipram Plasmidrum from Municipal, advised by Professor Gerhard Rubinich. To continue, we will deliver the awards for the oral presentations. In third place, we call Monica Arruda. Cruz, I'd also like to thank for the gift, the Moderator for development of molecular kits from Biomanguinhos FIOCRUZ, Rio de Janeiro. We receive the second place we call Klaus Garcia with the work associated factors to death with malaria in Brazil, case control study. Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm from the University of Brasilia, so I'd like to especially thank my advisors who are André Machado de Siqueira and Professor Valdemar Ramalho from the University of Brasilia. Thank you very much. And the first place, Ines Alexi Molina. Is there anyone from the group? So we'll keep this to... Oh, no. Okay, good. We have someone. All right. I'm Julia. I'm from the laboratory from Peterka Scandinelli. And so he's also a part of this. And Chris as well, who won the third place from the poster. But he also is part. Ladies and gentlemen, the 17th National Meeting for Research in Malaria is coming close to its end, and to be this moment we invite to use the word, please, the President of the RNVM and Technical Advisor from IC, Mrs. Maciel, to make her final pronouncement. A round of applause. I think afternoon, everyone. It's with great feeling we are ending the of the 17th meeting for Research and Research. The words is like to thank. And in this encouragement, we would like to exactly say thank you very much for the presence of all of you and each one of the more than 350 participants of all the regions in Brazil, besides representatives from Colombia, Peru, Suriname, Venezuela, Paraguay, United States of America, Switzerland, France, United Kingdom, Australia, who provided their contributions and exchanged experiences in favor of fighting malaria, especially in the Americas. Additionally, there was a submission of 200 papers and 4 candidates competing for the presenting researcher for highlights in Brazil in the area, and one of them was given the Roots Nussenweig Medal. So I'd like to congratulate all the participants who submitted their papers and all those who were honored during this edition of our RNPM. Your papers and dedication are really great inspirations for all of us. This event, hosted here in our dear Valley do Pará, as we say, the gateway to the Amazon, it not only celebrated the date of Malaria Day in the Americas, but also reinforced the importance of our commitment in eliminating this disease in the context of global health. The rich discussions and the presentations, elevating discussions we had in this symptomology, epidemiology, diagnosis, the immunology, and so many other topics were critical to direct us in our priority lines of research that allowed us to build a document that be entitled the Leonel Charter, to be prepared and signed with participation of all the members and the technical advisory members. So with great enthusiasm, I would like to invite our dear Ana Carolina Aguiar and Fábio Trindade Costas, and they're still here. Enthusiasm that we would like to announce that the next edition of the National Research and Malaria Research will be held in the state of São Paulo under the organization of Jens Bargeri, under Carabenes Capuzaguiar, and Fábio Trindade Maranhão Costa. The last 2 years, still here with us, and Daniel had to go back to São Paulo. But we are convinced that we will bring new perspectives and learning in our continuous struggle against malaria in this next edition. I'd like to give the word quickly to the 2 who are here so that they can also give you the invite to this new moment, and probably in 2026. See if I get it this right this time. So what I would like to, meeting was fantastic here. Of course, whenever we end a meeting like this, the task in the next one is even greater. We have to do another one even at this same level, and so the challenge was completely accepted, and I'm sure that I and my colleagues, especially Daniel, who couldn't be here, will do a great job. And remembering that the meeting will be in the state of São Paulo, we have not yet decided the place. It depends on several factors, and I'll meet you there. From the depth of my heart, I would like to see all of you who are here, those who couldn't come, the state of São Paulo in 2 years. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I reiterate the words of Fábio, and I say that in the name of Daniel and Roberto, who couldn't be present, we will take on this commitment, this mission. Certainly, it will be difficult to match this one, but we're going to dedicate ourselves to a wonderful event with open hearts. We'll be waiting for all of you in São Paulo 2026. Thank you. We'd like to take advantage of this moment to again thank the people who held this issues, the Ministry of Health, Secretariat for the Ministry of Health for Environment and Surveillance. We would like to thank the Evandro Chagas Institute here, and here especially the directions and our director, Lívia Caricio Martins, and all the upper management of this institution, and FIOCRUZ. So this, as well as our incredible supporters, CNPq, MMMP, University Citrus for the State of Pará, and obviously Maciel in the person of Gitara Bittencourt. We'd like to also thank the members of the organizing committee, scientific organizing committees, and also the Secretary of State for Culture of the State of Pará, who opened the doors to us and allowed us to preserve and experience this space during all of these days, both in the second symposium and FIOCRUZ, and also in the 7th meeting in research in malaria. So I'd like to call my dear President Honor of this edition and idealizer of this event, who is completing these 38 years in this edition, Professor Cláudio Tadeu Daniel-Ribeiro, to whom I had the great possibility of being with me in this edition and to coordinate and conduct this work again in another meeting in research in malaria. Thank you for being together in this event. I would like to record also our thanks, presence of the representatives of PAHO, both PAHO Brazil, Sheila Odovalho, who I'm sorry. And so thank you very much for all your trajectory that we've been through together to make this really carried out with excellence and with all the care, above all love that you've shown during this process. And also PAHO, and Dr. Roberto Montoya. Once again, thank you for after decades. Had to have the privilege of having your presence here during all of these. So please take your sounds to Dr. Barbosa for this possibility of being able to count on this representation here with us, and above all, the strengthening of our collaborative work beginning now. And so then no less important, we would like to thank the authorities present during our edition, our dear speakers and guests from different regions, not only from Brazil, but as we said, international, health managers, all teachers, students, and the professionals of the service who are here. And we could not cease to also make a mention, special mention, practically an honorable mention, to our community health agents and CES and aid to fight endemic diseases, especially in the municipalities of Belém and Marituba, who also are representing our workforce on site and are fundamental so that everything that that can really be not only employed and applied for well-being of our population, but also to have effective responses that we all are pursuing together. Thank you.
You're only making this edition super rich. And finally, I'd like to express my gratitude to all the support team that involves about 70 professionals from Evandro Chagas Institute, OPAS, and all of the companies in the technical part, sound, the Secult itself, who worked tirelessly behind the curtains for this event to be able to happen. Your work is crucial for the success of this mission. May this moment inspire us to work together, strengthening our determination in the struggle against malaria. When we leave here, may we take with us not only the motivation, a renewed motivation, but also a firm commitment with equity and health. May we be able to prioritize the needs of our population, especially the communities that are most vulnerable, assuring that you have access to all the necessary intervention. Among the spaces and sensitization should be fundamental to overcome the challenges that are still coming. Let's advance with courage, renewed courage and solidarity as a future free from malaria. Finally, I'd like to also remind you that tomorrow our institution, Evandro Chagas, celebrates its 80 years of foundation, and I'd like to register this institution, which is pure according to its mission for the research, scientific research, and also the translation from scientific knowledge for us to be able to deliver much more assertively to our communities. And to everyone, thank you again. See you next meeting in São Paulo, and may you please return safely back home, and see you soon with this heat from Belém do Pará, which will always be expecting you with open arms. Thank you so much. At this moment, we invite the Oswaldo Cruz Institution in Rio de Janeiro and the Honored President of the 17th RNPM, Mr. Cláudio Tadeu Daniel, for his final statement. Guys, if you're not tired of Cláudio Ribeiro, I'm tired of him. Well, I don't have much to say. I think Gisele organized everything. It was really well done. Congratulations to all the team. And I was talking to her, and I said it to the first day that one of the most amazing feelings, the gratifying feelings, is when we get to the first day and we see that the event is a reality, and not only became a reality, but also it will happen no matter what. Above all, to realize that the event is a reality along the years. So first, we had the first one in 1986. We've been doing this for 38 years, and it's still happening. And it's a great satisfaction, and we are very proud that we can see young people here, our colleagues, and the organizers of the next session, in São Paulo. So I really appreciate your presence and your assistance of all the speeches and all the sessions that were great, really enriching and really informative. I think the feeling that we get is a contrast between what we are producing of knowledge and the low effectiveness in the elimination of the disease, which is what we want. I always question myself, what are the reasons for us not to be able to conquer the stable and sustainable solutions? And we are watching, not only in Brazil, but in many other countries, South America, this curve going up and down. And my perception is that this is due to the lack of commitment every time we get to a result. This happened in Sri Lanka, and this was a place where we had malaria eliminated, and it's back because we believe that surveillance is not important and it's crucial, not only important. But may we understand, I'm very happy and very glad to realize that the action that we've done in the recent past about under the leadership of Marcos Bolos, we looked for the health ministry, we looked for the minister Alexandre Padilha, and they found the idea to consolidate uh, and a commitment, and I think we can assure the stability of actions and results. I believe we have the impression that we are a little tired when we see the relatively optimistic predictions for 2025 goals or 2030 goals, and on the other hand, we are working and nothing's happening. But may we have um, excitement from this group, from this young group who's behind us now, and with a new posture now looking at another building. Professor Carlos Eduardo Tosta called us for changing the paradigms of control, and I believe that we must think about it in a way that our actions have more sustainability. I wish that we are together in this commitment, even in our labs, that we continue working and thinking that this study in that protein in this cholinergic receptor uh, are being studied in a context of disease that um, is so bad for a population that they don't even know that they're a second category population because they have no right to health, and we cannot agree or accept this reality. Thank you so much for you all, and may we be together in a bigger number in São Paulo. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, At this moment, we finished the activities of the 17th National Meeting of Malaria Research. Thank you to all the participating in this event, and we invite you for an official picture. Please, all the participants. All the personalities should come to the stage for official registration. Thank you so much and good afternoon.